has never looked like this, I feel like. I'm like, what is going on? It's like at a weird angle. Oh. I forgot I could do that. I can raise it. You raise me up. Hi, Rothy. So I ordered food because I can't eat anything in my kitchen now because there's a rat in my kitchen. And it's on its way. So, woo! I don't know what classic edition is, or am I lagging? Like, why does every game feel like it's lagging for me? I just got fries from Burger King. Chrissy, thank you for subscribing for 3 months in advance. Thank you for helping the hype train. What's the difference? Oh, I have to buy this version? Fuck you. I have this version. Oh, it uses my pre-saved choices from the other game. I don't remember what I did in the other game. I don't. If this is a continuation, I don't remember what happened. I remember we had sex with Batman because we were Catwoman. And it was hot. It was real hot. But I don't remember what else happened. Do we need to, I feel like we need to like recap before we do this. I find a YouTube, everything you need to know before playing Batman Telltale Evil Within. Okay, there's nothing.
Hey. Looking good Nemesis45 chill 3.
Thank you, Gray. Sorry, I was turning down my fan. My fan's real loud. Just fucking... Ugh. I have to find an AC and, you know, do that. It's hot in here! Hi, Michael! Thank you for the, biddies, everybody. Thank you for the donation to Hype Train. We're gonna, like, literally just go right into this. And then when I have to get my fries, we'll get my fries. I feel like... we'll just use default. I don't remember what we did. It's fine. So we're gonna do crowd play. And you do this on your phone. Which is fun. It's like a Kahoot. It's like Jackbox. I'm gonna do this off screen just in case it's my government name. 1 second. Okay. I'm making an email. Passwords didn't match. Thank you so much. Account already exists. All right. We're signed in, baby. Crowd play on. Begin with cloud. Cloud. I also need to turn this up. Like, she's soft. Oh my god, no. Okay, maybe that's too loud. Calm down now. Hey, friends. Oh, should we do like everybody decides? Or I feel like that could be fun. All of us decide, and I just don't decide because fuck my drag. What's the point of voting if the crowd doesn't decide then? That's like, things silly. All right. So go on your phone to telltale.com/crowdplay. And then the game code is that. If you would like to participate. Thank you, Ash. Hi, Zeno. Two besties are in. Is that my bestie and a Tessie? I can't. Oh, baby. I'll start in a couple minutes. I think you can join as it goes on. Do I have, is there something down there? Do you see that? Is there something in the corner down there? Do I have a little thingy? Or am I just crazy? Oh, it might be my chair, actually. The thing on my chair. The... Six besties. We'll start. I don't know if you can join while it's happening, but this is fine. If anybody else wants to join, I'll post it in the chat now. TBGSMB. I need this up. Purple. Gay Batman. Oh yeah, it's up in the corner. How lovely.
One fateful night, my parents gave their lives for me.
I can't hear you, sir. Wait a minute.
Their legacy, untouchable. Until I learned the truth. My father, Thomas Wayne, was a criminal. He ruled over Gotham from the shadows. And everything I thought I knew about myself changed forever. The children of Arkham exposed the truth about my father to Gotham. Their attack turned friends into enemies and threw the city into chaos. I was committed to Arkham Asylum, where I escaped with the help of a mental patient named John Doe. After a bloody battle, I put an end to it all in the catacombs beneath the city. The Penguin, Two-Face, and Lady Arkham were the first real challenge I faced as the Batman. But they would
Lady
not be the
Arkham.
last.
Spring has arrived in Gotham, and with it comes City Hall's quarterly crime report. Crime is way down since the fall of the Children of Arkham, marking another triumph for newly minted Police Commissioner James Gordon. In a statement this morning, Gordon credited his success to the public partnership between the police and the Batman. He praised the mysterious vigilante for his sacrifice, describing him as essential to the security of the city. Things are looking up, citizens. After the long, dark winter comes the thaw. Now, if only the Knights could win a game, everyone would be happy.
Riddler. Or Edward Enigma. That's his real name.
Lucky 13! There it is.
Rumi Mori, import-export magnate, one-time Pipex CEO, international arms dealer. The world sees Mori as a legitimate businessman, a philanthropist who gives to charity, not a criminal getting rich off the suffering of innocence. A masterful performance. I wonder, if a man hides in plain sight for that long, does he forget who he really is? What do you think, Master Bruce? Must be hard to stay true to yourself.
Oh!
I don't. I never forget what drives me. Protecting the innocent from people like Mori. That stays the same
wasn't
no
ready
matter
for that
what
one.
mask I wear.
Don't I know?
Masks are hard to maintain. If there are cracks in Mori's, we'll find them.
The GCPD already bugged his penthouse and found nothing. Meaning that if he's doing arms deals in Gotham...
They happen on the casino floor. I need to find a way to hear what Mori is saying.
Standing by for support. Look for something with a microphone. The Bat computer can intercept his communications.
Al, I'm hacking into Mori's phone.
Encrypting your signal. Last thing we want is for him to know you're here. We're in. You should be able to pick up audio from Maury's phone.
Is everyone enjoying themselves?
Don't worry. I won't tell anyone with a badge.
He's on a roll. It's only a matter of time before he gets too chatty.
Why is Batman kind of hot?
Try to blend in.
So, I've been sitting over there wondering, what's Bruce Wayne doing in a place like this? I figured you went to fancier casinos. Someplace where only high rollers go.
Don't tell anyone, but I'm here undercover.
Don't worry, I can keep a secret.
You? What in the hell are you doing here?
Stop me if you've heard this one before. I begin and have no end. And I end all that begins. Who am I?
I don't give a damn. I told you 10 times. Our arrangement is over.
Death, Mori. I am death.
Something's happening, and it doesn't look like a deal.
The man in the hood. I remember him from your father's time. I think that's Riddler.
Oh,
Is something wrong? You
yes,
seem distracted.
yes,
Bruce.
ma'am.
You think your gibberish intimidates me?
Hello?
That's him. You'd better gear up.
You can't just blow me off.
Please get away from me. Now,
What?
just turn around and start walking.
You're lost, rich boy. You're not all that, you know?
Sorry, girl.
No one threatens me in my own casino. Security!
Sir, it's time to leave.
For you? An easy one. What question can you never answer yes to?
I don't give a crap. Let's go.
Wrong. The correct answer is, are you dead?
Oh, he's really dead.
Let's get started.
Get out of there. Get your suit.
Super suit. Just the screaming in the background.
Let Gordon know what's happening.
Right away.
Hi, Steel.
Hey, no one leaves.
Oh, I just did, girl. Oh! Oh, God. I forgot you have to do these things. Dear God, that was close. Hi, Bev. Thank you for 9 months.
Commissioner Gordon on the line. Scrambling audio now.
Gordon.
Batman, what's the status? Batman?
Oh.
Multiple gunmen, hostages at the casino. A madman in a mask.
Riddler's back in Gotham.
Riddler? He hasn't been seen in years.
Is that Gordon in this game? He's hot.
Well, he's putting on quite a show.
Hey, Dad.
There's a squad on the way. I'll be there shortly.
Be ready for a fight.
Please, please. We can make the deal. Anything you want.
Our issues can't be solved with handshakes, Maury.
This is what happens when you back out of a deal with me.
There's only one way you're getting out of this alive.
Oh, dear.
You have to solve a riddle. And I choose my words carefully if I were you.
Not this saw trap.
Listen closely.
Girl.
No, please, don't
Riddler
do
wants
this.
to be Jigsaw so bad.
Without fingers, I point. Without arms, I strike. Without feet, I run. Who am I?
An armadillo.
I've got visual.
That drone fully functional.
I'll need a place to drop in without being noticed. Time for some recon.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? A mind bender.
Riddler.
A terror from the past. I never thought I'd see him on our streets again. He's not to be taken lightly.
It's the kind of conundrum that drives you to...
Some kind of torture
Lily.
device.
Doesn't seem like he's getting out until he guesses the riddle.
This Riddler.
Just guess the riddle. It's not that hard, girl.
Gives you a moment's peace. Believe me.
Same woman from before.
Perhaps you should have turned on the charm.
Batman will save her, along with everyone else.
So wait, if Batman has gadgets, do you think he has like really high-tech like sex toys?
But don't think you can just stall.
I'm asking the real questions.
You won't like
I'm
that.
probably correct.
Cashier's booth. That'll do. Just need to take out the guard first.
So what do I do? Hi, Laser. Thank you for
Audio playback
subscription
fully
of
functional.
Prime.
Time for a distraction.
What the?
Do I have to do a quick time? Oh my god, I do. I like that nobody else in the building saw that.
I'm losing patience, Maury. Are you expecting a hint? Give me an answer!
Batman, we can't get in. The front's covered by gunmen, and they've got the back barricaded with blackjack tables.
How should I deploy when we're inside?
I'm relying on your eyes and ears. What's the best course of action?
Oh. Probably tear gas.
We need a distraction. Find a way to limit their line of sight.
Sounds like a plan. You're completely insane!
No, I don't believe that's it.
Hi, Lore. Oh! I didn't need to see that!
I'll clear a path. Wait for my signal.
Give him hell. We're counting on you.
Well, his wife's gonna be real unhappy after that one. Oh! Oh my god!
Batman! You're ahead of schedule.
Get
I'm a little
fucked.
busy right now, but I'll see if I can fit you in. Not him, the hostage. Shoot the hostage!
Oh, no, you're not! Oh my god. Get wrecked.
Hiya, Bats. The Batman clearly isn't using his head. Break it open. With pleasure.
I'll give him head. Huh? Who said that? Oh! 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 A lot of quick times. Oh my god.
I've heard stories in the streets about you, Batman. You're the biggest name in Gotham since... well, since I left town. Everyone's
We just
very
knocked them all
impressed
out.
with you.
What do you mean they're back up with guns? I don't need to see
not
that.
impressed. Gotham's criminals have become zealots and thugs in cheap suits.
What are we gonna make a
You
meal out of his fingertips?
come home to find
like
a
what?
wannabe in my
Just kill him,
chair.
girl.
Eating my goddamn porridge. This is my city.
Now I'm back, and I'm taking what's mine.
If anybody wants to join and help making decisions,
Gotham
the
has
code is in
forgotten
the
you, Riddler.
top
Crawl
left. It's
back
kind of like
under your
Jackbox.
rock
You can just join on your
before
phone.
you get hurt.
That's not the top left.
Says
That's
the
top
man
right.
with a hook at his throat. You're supposedly the world's greatest detective. Yet here you are, completely at my mercy. I don't see much evidence of that.
Oh, I'm supposed to
I
do
expected
something.
more of a battle from you,
Gordon,
Batman.
now!
Oh, you have to be kidding.
Oh god. Bonk.
Clever.
But not smart enough.
Oh! This is crazy. Oh my god.
How it was done
Oh my god.
back in the day.
1 second. This is a little loud. Oh! Gordon's never been that helpful ever in Batman.
Crawling like a common street hood. It just doesn't do it for me.
Oh. How does he have that? This is a lot to
Follow
unpack.
the power lines. There must be a weak
Oh my
point.
god, What if it did one last snip? It was like, yep! Oh my god. Get him, Batman! You fuck him up!
You broke the cage. That's cheating!
Think I care about your rules?
I'd heard you were a man who followed a code. Why would you save that dirtbag's life? Maury made his money running guns, trading off the suffering of war. Why wouldn't you just let him die?
You thought that stunt with Maury would cover your escape. I wanted to show you I could save him.
Oh, it chose
and
Mia's answer
still
over
catch
mine.
You. I don't have to compromise.
You haven't caught me yet? Nothing I've
The
seen
game
so
said,
far
I believe in
suggests
Mia
you will.
supremacy. Oh my god. I like that everybody makes the decisions and then I have to clean up if it's a bad decision, like by doing quick times. I mean, I feel like this would have happened either way, but I feel like later it'll come to that. Oh god. Oh bitch, he's really dead. We're really about to kill his ass. Oh! I don't even know what to say. There's so much, like, fighting. I'm like, what do I say in these situations? Oh. Roundhouse kick him, bitch! You better do it, this WWE Batman.
Enough of this! You know how to scrap. I'll give you that. But it's not enough. Let's see how you do with something a little more cerebral. Better hurry, detective. Solve my puzzle soon. Or people are gonna get hurt. And we know you can't let that happen.
Hi, Patty. Oh,
you should have called us before going in, Gordon.
Who is this?
Waller?
After all, we're here to help.
I remember this was the last Telltale game they made before they shut down. They were like, yeah, we're gonna make this game and then we're gonna shut down. Hee hee, oopsie. Oh yeah, fully got daddy. I have to go get my Burger King French fries because it's raining and they're probably out in the rain because my family hates me. I got my Burger King. Alright, listen, I'm not saying that I've eaten Burger King for like the last week, but let me see if there is. Yeah, I knew there was gonna be a delay. There probably isn't. Because, you know, Twitch sucks and this game is redacted, but... Oh, we're really tangled up in my headphone. What the fu- How did this happen? Hello? Not what I wanted to hit. It doesn't look like it. Which is weird because this is built on playing with Twitch, so I'm like, why don't you have longer decision times? But... Is he gonna open it? What's going on? Oh, I have to open it.
Circuitry inside, but nothing obviously dangerous. The back computer will be able to analyze further.
Oh, bitch! They gave me a lot of fries. Look how many fries are in that! The fuck?
Your days are numbered, bat freak.
Shut up, bitch! You want a fry?
Whatever.
Haha, you can't have one. You're handcuffed.
Heavens are gonna fall on your goddamn heads.
Tell me all about it down at the precinct.
The Riddler's right hand in custody. Not a bad result, all told. Riddler used to leave clues at all his crime scenes. Always thought he was smarter than the people trying to catch him. Thought we could use help dragging him down. He got a sick pleasure out of taunting us.
He was smart enough to slip through our fingers.
Yeah, and leave a bloody mess in his wake. Riddler's heyday was a dark time in Gotham. And what we just saw, he hasn't mellowed with age.
Uh-huh. Get Fernandez on it right away. Commissioner Gordon.
Brace yourselves. Just
Oh,
so
she's
you know,
plot.
this woman has a lot of juice with the governor. Rub her the wrong way, I could end up on foot patrol till I retire.
My people are trained for situations like this, Gordon. We'd have Riddler in custody if you'd only picked up the phone. So, you're the legendary Batman. I've heard a great deal about you. So much so, I don't know if I should believe the hype.
I haven't had the pleasure of an introduction, Miss...
A pleasure, huh? Most people don't usually call it that.
This is Amanda Waller, director of the agency.
What are the feds doing here?
Riddler's their case. The GCPD has been asked to open our doors to them. Give them whatever they need.
We've been tracking that maniac for some time. No one knows more about him than we do. World-class criminals like Riddler. They're kind of our specialty.
Sounds like the expertise we need.
Keep that attitude and we'll get along just fine.
I couldn't even read them.
We're
like,
not always welcomed with open arms.
not only is it fast for me, but it's fast.
Riddler
I mean,
used
for
to
you
be a
guys,
player
but
in
it's fast
Gotham
for
back
me
when
too.
Thomas
Like, I
Wayne
can't even
got
fucking
Tony
read them
Ramsey.
all.
He disappeared so suddenly and for so long, everyone thought he was dead. Everyone was wrong. Riddler's back, and if these theatrics are anything to go by, he wants the whole city to know. My people tell me you did some good work handling him, Batman. You and me? I bet we'd make a damn fine team. I heard how you dealt with Lady Arkham. Not to mention that filth, Oswald Cobblepot. We could do great things together if we joined forces.
Seems that way to me. We should work together to bring Riddler in.
Don't be too hasty, Batman. The agency has a rep for being ruthless.
The only real problem with your setup is who you're working with. Local law enforcement clearly can't cut it.
I got a local crime rate says otherwise. Ms. Waller...
Please, Commissioner. Tear gas. In a hostage situation, we got an ambulance full of civilians with their eyes swollen shut. Not to mention you let Riddler.
That was my bad, girl. Don't blame the hot guy.
Clearly don't know.
I'll suck him later.
You're putting all this on me?
You're the commanding officer, aren't you? Or are those stars purely for show?
You can't put this on Jim. I called for a distraction.
Then maybe you're not as impressive as I thought.
Well, fuck you, bitch.
I'm here to prevent this incompetence in the future. I gotta get a security detail on Mori while he's in the hospital. Agent Avesta will fill you in on what we know so far. As a token of interdepartmental cooperation.
The nerve on her. Don't tell these people a thing, especially about that puzzle. This is our town. We're the ones that'll catch Riddler.
Ooh, I thought you was gonna bite your head off for a second.
I'd like to see her try.
Special Agent Iman Avesta, Field Intelligence Specialist on the Riddler case. And my partner, Agent Blake.
How do you do?
I put together this psychological profile of
Why is
Riddler.
everybody hot?
You'll see when you read it. He's changed. For your eyes only, if you catch my drift. The target of the casino attack, Rumi Mori. Any idea what Riddler wanted with him? We figure it has something to do with why he's back in Gotham.
He's a madman. You can't look for reason in someone so clearly deranged.
Riddler does show signs of an obsessive-compulsive disorder, but he's calculating, fiercely intelligent. I'd be surprised if this wasn't part of a bigger plan. Let me know if you think of anything. It'd be a help. I'm Gotham born and raised, you know. My dad ran a store in the shadow of City Stadium. I just wanted to say it's a real honor to meet you. I do have something I want to ask, though. The criminally insane. You're drawn to them, aren't you? There's something in you that pulls you towards the danger. The chaos, the energy. You can't keep away, can you?
I don't like what you're insinuating.
Of course, I...
Keep your pop psych evaluations to Riddler and stay out of my head.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. I think I know you a little better now.
I'll be in touch. Agent.
Batman,
I mean, to be
before
honest,
you
she was
go,
kind of out of pocket for that.
Gotham's
like,
your city. I respect that. But you should know I don't have to play nice. I'm letting you hunt the Riddler for now. You better share everything you find. Or this courtesy call is gonna become something you really won't like. You get me? There's a lot of ways this could go.
Stay out of my way, Waller.
That was my other
Stay
decision.
out
I was gonna
yours.
do either one of those. She is nasty. Thank you, thank you. Soda lately has been making me more like hiccupy and more like gassy. Whatever that means. Oh! I remember there's a sex scene in the first game, and I remember being like, fuck yeah. Woo!
I've taken the liberty of preparing some refreshments.
Thanks, Al.
He kind of looks like a twink a little bit.
I need to focus. Maybe music will help.
Look at his... He kind of looks like a twink. The decision that's taking the longest time is deciding what music you want. Like, okay, girl.
Something with a beat.
Oh, Batman said, I like the beat. No, Catwoman. We had sex with Catwoman in the first game. It was hot.
Puzzle box. It's ready when
That's
you
the only
are.
thing I remember in the first game.
Let's
I don't
get to
remember
work.
anything else. It was kind of a flop. This one is apparently a flop too, but, you know. I didn't know what I wanted to play today, so... I wanted to play something with a story and something with a gag. I don't really know, like, how many I don't even know, like, what to play next on stream. Like, I definitely have, like, the horror games and, like, Mystery Inc. stuff, but I'm like, I want something that I haven't played before that has a storyline and I want to gag. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be like, oh!
Selena. She'll turn up again. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, looking forward to it.
Oswald Cobblepot. The Penguin. My oldest friend. Vicky Vale, a.k.a. Lady Arkham. Driven to madness. Leader of the Children of Arkham.
Oh, that's right. In the first game, Vicky Vale ends up being a terrorist and a traitor. And Vicky Vale is, like, known in the Arkham games to be, like, the reporter lady. And it was kind of a gag of the first game to be like, oh my god, it was her.
No explosives detected, no radioactivity. Nothing dangerous at all so far. Computer, run another scan. I want to be absolutely sure this thing is safe.
It's hot.
Also,
I'm fanning my skirt.
I took the liberty of digging up everything I could find on the agency. There's plenty here. Know your enemy and all that. It comes and goes. Ever since the kidnapping and all the other business with Lady Arkham.
Oh, that's right. He got kidnapped in the first game.
No, don't you worry about me.
It was really sad. He almost died.
I should be fine. It was worse after my first tour of duty.
No, everybody has to be nice to Alfred.
Family, Alfred. We worry.
Nobody in the chat is allowed to be mean to Alfred. He's just an old man. He's a nice old man.
It'll pass. Working always helps.
If you put a French fry in some ice cream, you get a...
The agency. The public face of a shadow committee of military leaders, intelligence experts, and government officials. Civil rights violations, domestic black sites, decentralized accountability.
This information, it's all before Waller took over the director position. Perhaps she's given them a new direction.
Maybe, but the agency's empowered to override local law enforcement with impunity.
It's so hot.
That man's got some competition in town. I wonder if we need be worried about losing our unpaid and thoroughly exhausting
They do not say daddy. These are from Burger King. I don't think Burger King would be like,
flashy homicidal
hey
maniac
daddy.
with a thing for puzzles, and Waller and her agency might be just as dangerous.
Again, Waller may be running a more ethical operation these days. Yes, Riddler terrorized this city long before you were Batman.
Gotham's original costumed criminal.
Is that true?
Yes, to have him returned, it's unsettling. I remember when he was the scourge of the underworld. Even Carmine Falcone gave him a wide berth. He was presumed dead for so long. Why come back to Gotham?
Well, he seemed to have a prior relationship with Mori. Some kind of axe to grind.
I think...
Let me upload the rest of this to the Codex.
I think the
realized Riddler was still alive.
I think the reason these games flopped is because they tried taking pre-existing lore and then they tried making their own canon story with everything already pre-made. So like, they took like Harley Quinn and Joker and stuff, and like they used them as, they tried to tie them into different stories, if that makes sense. Like nothing that happened before.
Deranged. If you ask me, he needs help. He's clearly sick.
Hi, Manny.
The man is in urgent need of a doctor.
I know just the place for him. Plenty of room at Arkham Asylum.
Next to him, most of the inmates seem like a picture of health.
What was that? You should see your face. Its confusion is delightful. I think I'll take it with me.
You what?
I take everything back.
Okay. Oh, Lucius is fine too. Everybody's hot.
Let's see what Riddler's little gift is all about.
Solve my puzzles soon, or people will get hurt. Riddler's MO hasn't changed in all these years.
Quite the interesting controls.
There's writing.
No, me
engraved
too,
along
Maddie.
the rim.
100.
I have an eye, yet cannot see. Who am I?
Mike Wazowski.
Familiar? I've heard it before.
Don't happen to remember the answer, do you?
Sadly, no.
A hurricane! A hurricane!
The eye of a hurricane.
It fits the description in the riddle, but I'm not sure how it helps us. Even if there were hurricanes in Gotham, it's hard to imagine one helping us with the object in question. That is indeed the key.
Hey. Oh, it wasn't a hurricane?
He gave this to me at a casino. Card games. Maybe a jack. Specifically a one-eyed jack.
But he's on the card twice, showing both
I think it says it
eyes.
up there.
Besides, he can still see. So it's probably not that.
We're gonna guess everything wrong. Fuck. I don't know.
The eye of a needle.
But how does that relate to the object in question?
Maybe it's telling us how to use it.
Sounds very plausible.
Oh, did we get it right?
These strange grooves.
We ate that. Yo, I want to see Batman's fat cock. Sorry. That was out of pocket. I know it's big. Look at him. Look! Look at him! Bow, 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 bow. I can feel it now. I don't want to show the back of my head. Only Batman can see the back of my head because he's going like this to it. Okay, we're going too far. We're gonna get banned. Anyways. I was just helping him use the restroom. We wanted to drop the kids off. He can drop the kids off and... Nope.
Lucius's latest model. Never ceases to impress.
Oh, it's hot. Is it hot in here for anyone else? Does Batman have a dumpy? Yo, he's kind of caked up. Okay. Okay. Excuse. M-Y.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Huh? What are we doing? Can I find the objective? But what are we doing? We need to find a needle, I guess. In the eye of the storm. Movie tickets.
Never forget.
Movie tickets to Cruella. Oh my god, heart. Oh wait, no, that's the movie to see his... He was going to see the movie and then his parents got killed. Oh, that's what it is. It's not Cruella tickets. Just, okay. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, Mia, I heard that it was good, but you have to pay for a Disney Plus subscription and then you have to pay to buy the movie? The fuck? I don't know if I'm really invested enough to watch it. Is that bad? Like, I'm not really interested in seeing it, like, at all.
Oh, that's the stuff.
That was it. Wait, look at his ass in this little panel. Look at his ass! Just walking around Batman's home. Homie! Homie, we need Batman's needle! That wasn't even Marge. I don't know who that
Useful
was.
when the odds are stacked against me.
I look terrible tonight, okay? I'm just saying.
Lucius's latest model. Never ceases to impress.
Okay. Batman, can you pull the needle out of somewhere? Because I can't do this anymore. I want to let everybody know that I was also gonna, instead of playing this, I was gonna play Resident Evil 3 with mods today, and I wanted to get Shirtless Carlos, Resident Evil 3 Carlos. I know Steel would live, but apparently the creator that created that mod, Shirtless Carlos, they took the mod down so you can't get it anymore. And you can only get, like, naked Carlos, which is against TOS, because we can't show penis, because, like, that would be inappropriate, but I tried doing that today, and it just, you know.
Needle. A record needle.
Oh.
Halfway there, Batman. Means you got half a chance of stopping a whole lot of pain. To be honest, you're already doing better than I thought. But don't sit around feeling pleased with yourself, unless you want to see me tear this city apart.
I suppose you're going to look in there.
An open
Can I tell a story really quick?
Of
No,
course.
I honestly, I want to just say, everybody, I'm
It's
really
like I'm
scared that this rat
manipulating
is gonna,
audio
like,
waveforms.
be on my bed while I'm sleeping tonight. Like, I'm so
I'm
scared.
not sure what I'm looking at or how any
And
of it
like,
is actually displaying.
when I tell you, I was telling my
not
mother
sound.
it was there for weeks because there was signs of it being there, and
sure
then we
about
didn't
it.
do anything until today
Get
when it
Lucius
showed
along.
up. Like, I have been saying for weeks, I'm not crazy. Like, everybody thinks I'm crazy to the last minute. It's for everything, though. Like,
morning,
not even just my
Lucius.
family. Like, everybody
I
always
have
thinks
been
I'm
on
crazy to the last
interrupting your
minute, or something happens and they realize
My
it.
youngest is
Ask
probably
Jenny.
feeling all
Jenny
right,
knows.
but
Me and Jenny
duty calls.
know. Me and Jenny know the worst.
This is a puzzle
That
from the Riddler.
We are always. Everybody doesn't believe us till the end.
Manipulate inside that needs your expertise.
For whatever fucking reason.
Yeah. Okay. I can meet you at Wayne Tower in a little bit. We'll fire up the R&D lab.
I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important, Lucius.
No, don't worry about it. It's actually going to be a big day for me. Tiffany starts at Wayne Enterprises.
Tiffany? Really?
Your daughter working alongside you. How wonderful.
Yes,
Certainly
Tiffany.
is. Bruce, I'll see you soon.
Bye, Lucius. Can't wait to see Tiffany.
Me too. I hope Tiff's a serve.
I'll be at Wayne Tower.
This red car. It's huge!
Good hunting, Bruce.
It's huge! But what I did is I put... So, like, it's behind my cabinets in my kitchen, so I can't get it because everything's sealed off. But when it got up on my stuff, it jumped onto the counter. So I put boxes, like, I put boxes in between the crevice of the window and the cabinet, and then I put stuff over it so it can't jump up again. But I'm scared it's gonna find a way out. I'm scared. Like, I'm trapped in my office. I might sleep in my office tonight if I'm honest.
Glad
like, I'm terrified.
I have some good news to share.
Good to hear.
And like, honestly, like, I don't have a big fear of a lot of things, but I don't know, something about rats just really gives me the hives, and
I just talked to the
just
board.
really
and they
grosses me
couldn't be
out.
more pleased with how our partnership with GCPD is going. Seems like you made the right call when you decided to take that contract over the Arkham remodel. The Gazette's running a piece about it.
Look, I would love to hear all the details, but I've got a meeting with Lucius I've got to run to.
Is this Hillary? What's going on?
But what's in that case? Seems like an odd thing to be carrying around the office.
Oh, this? This is just something for Lucius.
I see. Well,
I don't know,
I've got a
Mia.
meeting I've got to run to. We'll pick up this
Because the
conversation
thing
this
is,
afternoon.
my bedroom doesn't have a door to it, right? But my office does. I might just go, like, get a door. Like, how do you even buy a door and apply it? Like, my gay ass is not gonna be able to do that.
You're in my chair.
Just updating the encryption on your bat tech. But if you want me to stop...
Oh, no, the seat is all yours.
This is the thing you were talking about?
One of Riddler's puzzles. Some kind of test.
Show me.
Could you just not opened it? Like, why do I have to do that?
Not yet. That's why I need your help. If his history is anything to go by, he left us a clue.
I don't know. I just told my mom and she's dealing with it.
Profile of Riddler.
Or my stepdad, whoever is. Even if they are, I don't even know if they're doing anything.
How
They're
his
mad at
mind
me
works.
because I
This should come in handy.
said there was
No
a
sign of
rat
explosives
for
or
weeks,
poison.
and when it finally
Already
showed
scanned for
up,
that in the cave.
I got mad. I'm not crazy.
Well, would you look at that? Micro-pulse.
No, I don't want to know. I want to know that it's gone and that's it. Like, I just...
A signal, maybe?
It really, like, I just...
I couldn't decipher it. I was hoping you could help with that.
Oh!
I'll see what I can do. Shouldn't take long.
What in the...
It's not one of mine.
Think fast.
Oh. It's Tiff.
Hi, Dad.
Tiffany?
Hey, Bruce.
Oh, yes,
My
Tiff.
God, Tiffany.
It's been a while.
Sneaking out of orientation your first day?
I just wanted to say hi to my new boss. I got you a present. A micro-drone prototype I developed in my spare time. High-end AV, stealth black shell, programmable for autonomous observation. Small, quiet, and super smart. Just like its designer. Not bad, huh? You always had a thing for toys. So hard to know what to get a man who has everything. So I made you some tech the government would be jealous of.
I love it. Thanks, Tiffany.
Well, I guess it's not bad.
Not bad. See what I had to deal with growing up? Huh. There's something different about you.
There is?
And I don't just mean what happened to your ear. I can't quite put my finger on it. But you look
I think the word you're looking for is badass.
No. That is definitely not what I meant.
I'm the resident badass around here. Thank you very much.
Please.
You just said that out loud.
See, Bruce? It's her first day, and I'm already embarrassing her.
Interesting.
Don't.
Too late. Already touching.
Just be careful.
What a strange thing. The circuitry design. It's elaborate and unorthodox. Almost intentionally so. Like whoever put it together was kind of showing off. Huh. Micro pulse waves?
Why is it
This is
beeping?
weird.
That makes me nervous.
Seriously, what is this thing? I've never seen anything like it. It's like whoever made it.
It's pretty cool, huh?
I don't know if cool would be the word I would use. I can hear it hum. What does it do?
That's what we're trying to work out.
You guys are lucky I'm here to help.
Help with...
Figure this freakish thing out.
Tiffany did graduate first in her class at Cornell in molecular engineering.
Let me take a crack at it. I can help you get to the bottom of this. Figure out what it does.
All right, if you think you can help, then be my guest.
Oh, I know I can help. I just gotta let him know that I won't be finishing up orientation.
No problem.
Oh, I was planning on swinging by the manor after work to see Alfred. I heard he wasn't doing so well. That he was having some issues with his health?
He would love that.
I hope he isn't still angry with me and Luke about that incident with the china.
Well, you know Al. No one messes with his dinnerware.
Catch you guys later.
Welcome aboard, Tiffany.
Thanks, boss.
All right, then. Time to crack this puzzle. I never told her, you know. Told her what I really do at Wayne Enterprises. What, we do. If you're willing to pull her into this Riddler project, why not consider bringing her into the fold? Into the mission? We're going to need help if we're going to be dealing with the likes of Riddler. And we can trust her. She's family, after all.
Well, if she's anything like you...
She's better than me.
Okay. Then let's give her a shot.
Great. I'll start thinking about how we can broach the subject with her. In the meantime, Riddler's puzzle will be a fine start.
Well, shall we go down to the lab?
Actually, the equipment we need is down in my office. We'll get this taken care of in no time.
Mr. Wayne.
Yes?
I'm Special Agent Avesta. This is my partner, Special Agent Blake.
Well, I guess I'll see you in a bit. I'll be down in my office. Whenever you, get done here.
See you later, Lucius. Good chat.
Oh yeah, one of the best.
Sorry for the unannounced visit. We're with the agency's Behavioral Analysis Unit. We just came by to ask a few questions.
Please, come in. Make yourselves at home. Can I get my assistant to get you anything? Coffee, water, donuts?
Don't worry. This won't take long.
Happy Pride. Thank you, Pomegranate.
This office, it really represents you.
Well, I like to think so.
Is this you?
Yeah.
How old?
I don't know, 7, 8, maybe?
So happy. After everything you've been through, I don't know how you still do it.
Do what, exactly?
It wasn't long ago when you were the most hated man in Gotham, yet you still give so much back to the city. Why do you continue to help Gotham? Most people wouldn't be so charitable after that. What's that all about?
My father did a lot of damage to a lot of people. I'm just trying to make things right.
Thomas Wayne did cast a long, dark shadow. It must be difficult to get out from under it.
What is it you want?
The agency recently brought me in to draft a psychological portrait of the Riddler. We've been tracking him for months, but haven't been able to find him.
Anything I can help with?
See, I told you he'd be cooperative. Agent Blake thought you'd be cagey, defensive, based on your history. Guess he was wrong.
My history?
A lot of things happened to you last year, and not all of them were good. You put yourself at risk when you helped bring in your friend Harvey Dent. He was a violent psychotic at the time, almost destroyed the city. Come to think of it, you've been associated with quite a few psychopaths over the years.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would. The criminally insane, they seem drawn to you. Either that, or you're often in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I'm not sure I like where this conversation is going.
This probably isn't gonna help. I think you'd know him as John Doe.
We understand that it was during your stay in Arkham where you and John met and became friends. From the sound of it, you two were close.
Oh, I forgot that. Okay.
John may very well say that, yes.
But not you.
A conversation in a mental hospital does not make us friends, much less close.
I see. According to hospital records, you and John were involved in a riot.
They captured the whole incident on video.
John cut another inmate, a man named Victor Zsasz. Then you jumped into the fray. Several people were hurt.
I wasn't myself at the time, okay? I was...
drugged by Lady Arkham. I know the story. John was discharged from Arkham months ago. No one has seen or heard from him since. I was thinking maybe you have.
Why would you think that?
He listed you as his emergency contact. Sounds like you two were pretty close to me.
I did not agree to that. Why would he write down my name?
It's obvious. You're important to him.
Well, I haven't seen or heard from him, so... Did he do something wrong?
He's a person of interest. You see, we've got a wall in the office with a bunch of photos pinned to it. Two-Face, Penguin, Lady Arkham, you know, Gotham's most notorious. They've got all these little strings connecting them to one another, like a web. And you, my friend, are at the center. You keep pretty strange company for someone who wants everyone to think they're such a stand-up guy.
I don't like her anymore. You know, I liked you at the start.
And your point is what exactly? That I'm some kind of criminal mastermind?
Or just really unlucky?
You know more than you're letting on, Mr. Wayne. Maybe you're afraid. Maybe you don't trust us. Or maybe you're a criminal, like your father. Maybe you're not the hero people think you are.
Get the hell out of my... That's an evacuation warning. It's time for you to leave.
We'll pick this up another time.
Okay, Miss Tablet.
Bruce, get my daughter out of the building. Get yourself out.
What are you talking... What did you figure out?
I've solved the Riddler's puzzle, Bruce. Riddler really pulled a good one over on us. I might still be able to disable it, but... it doesn't look good.
Lucius, just stay calm, okay? I'm gonna get you out of here.
Tell Tiffany that I love her. That I'm sorry I wasn't around more.
Lucius,
We really made a difference, didn't we, Batman?
Lucius! Oh my God, Lucius! No!
One killed and 14 injured after a
No!
tragic explosion at
GCPD
Wayne
is
Tower.
opening an investigation into what they are calling an industrial
Lucius!
accident.
Wayne Enterprises Chief Technology Officer Lucius Fox died last Tuesday in the violent blast. A small service is being held for the tech giant and father of 3 at Divinity Church this Sunday.
You don't have to worry, Lucius. Tiffany, I'm gonna take care of your family. As if they were my own.
Just like Lucius took care of you.
Why?
Lucius helped raise you, Bruce. It was family. Riddler's attack on the casino was one thing. But this is personal. We can't let him get away with it. Riddler struck at the heart of our operations and tore a family apart in the process.
Riddler will pay for what he's done. I swear to you.
I almost cried. Not again.
Maybe it's what's called for, given the circumstances. Of course, it won't bring poor Lucius back. I can't imagine how devastated she must be. To lose her father in such a violent way.
I should go talk to her.
Yes, she can use all the support she can get.
Oh no.
Hey, Tiffany.
I still can't believe he's gone. None of this feels real.
Tiffany, I know what you're going through. I remember what it was like when I lost my parents. That, sudden emptiness. There's no feeling like it in the world.
I don't think it'll ever go away.
It certainly didn't for me.
He loved working for you.
It's a bug. Get out of here.
They hardly saw him at home because of it. Mom used to complain my little brother was growing up without a dad. Now I guess it's true. He was so busy. I can't remember the last time I got to hang out with him. Just father and daughter. Just thought there'd be more time. There were so many things I wanted to talk to him about. So much wisdom in that goofy head of his.
I asked a lot of him. Maybe too much.
And he gave it all, didn't he? A real company man. Well, I hope it was worth it.
Girl, I'm on your side. Please, don't do this.
Tiffany.
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't blame you.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Just let it out.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around it all. I saw his remains, Bruce. There was hardly anything left.
This is chapter 1, bitch.
What were you guys working on that could have caused that? It doesn't quite add up. Please tell me. For my own sanity.
Tiffany, I'll tell you soon. Just not here.
What do you mean? Why not?
It's not the right time.
God, Bruce. What are you mixed up in? Fine.
Well.
Just tell me one thing. That weird disc. Was that what killed him? Did you put my father's life at risk for that? I'm begging you. Just tell me that one thing.
Okay.
I need to know.
Why would you lie to her there? Why would you lie?
I thought it was safe, Tiffany. I really did. I had no idea Lucius could get hurt. Please forgive me.
Forgive you? I hope you can forgive yourself.
Oh. Plot. She's done.
Whatever you got my father into, I will find out.
Oh, I said I was gonna tell you! Oh my god. Okay.
So sorry, really. It's such a shame. At least he went out with a bang, right? Yeah, for that, we can all be grateful.
Sir.
You knew my father.
Well, no, but judging by all the lovely people here, he must have been quite a man. Either that, or he left a lot of money.
Excuse me?
Just saying.
John, can I talk to you?
Hi, House.
Bruce! I was hoping I'd bump into you.
Oh, you look like shit.
Why don't we catch up over here?
Yeah, I'd love that. We have so much to catch up on.
Joker with no lipstick on seems
Enjoy
so
the rest
weird,
of your
but like that's like what he just looks like with no makeup on. But like, actually, it's so
I know it's a
unsettling
close
seeing the Joker with
casket,
no
but
makeup on.
I can see
No
that
makeup
he
on.
Your friend was a looker, huh?
Why are you here, John?
I told you I'd see you again, didn't I? You and me, we're two threads in the same stitch.
How did you get out of prison?
Look,
prison, honey.
I got you a little something, just to mark the occasion.
I'm sorry, that's not funny.
I knew you'd be hurting, see? I thought it might make you feel better.
How kind of you, Joker.
Thank you, John. That's very considerate of you.
Oh, good. I wasn't sure. First time at a funeral, you see? People get upset at the littlest things.
Huh? Little?
It hasn't been easy for me out here, you know? I'm the new guy now. It's the freedom that gets to you. There's so damn much you hardly know what to do with it. It's not like Arkham. Sometimes I miss those padded walls. You knew where the lines were drawn. Which ones not to cross.
How did you get out? Oh my god, did you escape?
Didn't have to. Dr. Leland signed the papers herself. She always had a soft spot for me.
That's
If
not
everyone could please take their
just
seats.
this Harley Quinn eraser.
Would you?
For no reason. Harley Quinn was the reason Joker
Today
got
we
out.
gather
Just
to
want to put
honor
that
the
out there.
memory
Harley
of Lucius
Quinn.
Fox. He was a friend. A father.
Not Miss
A
Leland.
husband. A leader.
You are crashing my friend's funeral, John. You better have a good reason.
Oh, I do. I need that, favor you owe me.
You what?
For settling the score with Zaz, and, you know, getting you out of Arkham. you're gonna do right by me, aren't you? I know you're a man of your word.
Many things to many different people. One thing remains consistent.
I don't know.
I gave you my word, didn't I? I'll stand by it.
I knew the moment we met. Friends for life.
And now, he's gone. A vital link in our chain.
Literally.
See, I met some inspiring people out here. Made some new friends. Made a kind of pact. They're amazing, Bruce. That special breed who live by their own rules. They remind me of you. Of your father.
You what?
So who are they?
You'll find out when you meet them. They're looking to bring someone like you into the fold.
Like you!
You will meet them for me, won't you? Please? I've got a lot writing on
Is
this.
Harley there? I'll go.
I already told them you would. Please don't let me down.
I feel like we're going down the wrong route,
Friends, John.
but
Just say when and where.
let's just have fun.
Say that. We are going to have so much
I want to be a
fun.
villain. Like, the hero edit is so boring.
Knew this would work out. This air between us, this is real. You can't force this kind of friendship. I want to commemorate the moment.
Not a
Guys will
selfie.
be so excited. Now, what filter should I use?
This Snapchat filter.
Put that away. This is a funeral, for God's sake.
I'm sorry. I got so caught up in it all, I completely forgot. I just know you're gonna hit it off with the guys.
Did you just call me?
Warn you though.
Did the Joker just call me?
Real piece of work.
Pride Month?
Calls himself.
Joker said Happy Pride. Love is love.
How do you know the Riddler?
Know him? I want to rip his eyeballs out. He's a thief and a killer, and worst of all, he's rude.
What was that?
I tried to let the authorities know the kind of lowlife they're dealing with, but... Wait a minute, you know him too.
No.
Of course, a man of Bruce Wayne's caliber knows everyone, though I shouldn't be surprised. Not your usual crowd, though. Or so I thought.
If I were you, I'd stay away from Riddler, John. He's dangerous.
Well, you don't have to tell me twice, buddy boy. If I had my way, that smarmy know-it-all would never leave his hole.
His what?
You know where he is.
No, not exactly, no. Maybe I said too much.
Many things to many different people. One thing that remains consistent throughout these stories is kindness.
Tell me where he is. I am not messing around, John.
Oh, Bruce, I missed your fire. I really did.
You can't look at the Joker and tell me he's
I
straight.
really don't know much.
In any movie, you can't look at the Joker and be like, yeah, he's straight.
Him for meetings. Somewhere in the East.
You are delusional.
Where in the East?
You are a clown. Look in the
Honestly,
mirror,
that's
sweetie.
all I know. And
Take the clown nose off.
If you're so eager to find him, why don't you let me help you? I'll find out where he is and get back to you.
I'm not
Since I
sure,
can't find out where
Pomegranate.
that jerk puts his head down. It'd be just like the old days.
I would appreciate that, John.
That's what friends are for, Bruce. Just meet mine later, like I asked.
I kind of miss Telltale games. I'm excited for Wolf Among Us too.
I'm just gonna slip away. Excuse me. I'm sorry. It's been so nice catching up, Bruce. I miss this trust between us.
I know we'll see each other again soon.
Be in touch.
I feel like he
Bye,
was.
Bruce.
We made a
Until
good
next
impact on him. He'll come back.
Intriguing fellow. Certainly not one for decorum. I don't think that outburst went unnoticed.
Whatever you say about John, he gave me a lead on Riddler's location. Inform Gordon. Tell him to drag up GCPD records on Gotham's East End. And tell him we're on Riddler's trail.
Did I say this already? I miss Telltale games? I do. I really do. I miss Telltale games. I'm sad they shut down. Like, they shut down Telltale entirely.
Yeah, hard to do these days. There's one thing for the bad parts of town to get uglier. But when places like Wayne Tower start falling apart, makes you wonder what's next. I'll bet Bruce Wayne is wondering the same thing. Seems like the world's got it out for that guy. Spends some time in Arkham, gets drugged through the dirt by the media for something he didn't do. Finally picks himself up, and what happens? Someone bombs his company.
Bruce Wayne picked himself up once. He could do it again.
He certainly showed us that much, didn't he? You said you had a lead on Riddler.
Hiding somewhere in East End.
So in this, Gordon doesn't know
surprised?
that Bruce Wayne is Batman.
East End's been a no man's land since
The
Harvey
lore is
Dent
kind of
blew it
sketch
up.
in this
I'm
game,
trying to get more
but
patrols
it's
out
fine,
there,
I
but
guess.
City Hall's not giving up the funds. The area between 42nd and 48th, more or less lawless.
That narrows down the search at least.
Like you! Oh, I have to do something.
The land at the end of 44th was recently purchased, anonymously.
The only thing there is an old water tower. Something feels fishy about that.
So the person
My
that
gut
makes
tells me that's the
Batman's
place.
Agreed.
gadgets
Nice work,
died
Hey, if this lead
in
pans
an
out, Waller will have to
attack
eat her
from
words.
Riddler. We were just at the
Whatever
funeral,
you
and
said
then
to her at the
Joker showed up at the
casino really
funeral
got
and
up
was
her
like,
nose.
"Hey, besties."
I have to tell you,
yeah.
I got a bad feeling about her.
About who?
How so?
It's the way she goes after criminals. She's ruthless.
Oh, that lady.
Puts her people at risk. And believe me, she doesn't let due process get in her way. So stop at nothing, and I mean nothing, to get her man. It doesn't sit right with me. And I don't think she's good for Gotham.
Fine with me. Whatever gets results.
There's a line, Batman. Once you cross it, you stop being on the side of right.
My burps have been
ordered
crazy
to give her
tonight.
updates on breaks in the Riddler case. Now that there's a chance he's there, we should probably let her know. Don't want to give her ammunition with the governor. She's already got him breathing down my neck about what went down at the casino.
I don't want Waller involved. You and I can handle Riddler. Just like it's always been.
Glad to see we're on the same page.
Yeah, I don't like Waller. Fuck her.
She moved her people into my downtown precinct without so much as a please or thank you.
Her team is all very sus.
She keeps on chipping away at my authority. I'm gonna crack.
Then let's find
You're gonna
Riddler
what?
before it comes to that.
I'll grab
You're
a
gonna
car
what?
and meet you at Riddler's hideout. Riddler won't feel so clever after we come knocking.
Like you! Sorry. When does the chapter end? Fuck. I mean, I just want to know how long the chapters are, girl. This chapter is long. Long and hot. I really want Wolf Among Us 2. I'm so excited for it. When is that released? Let's look it up. Hey Siri. Can you Google the Wolf Among Us 2 release date?
Okay, I found this on the web for the
No
Wolf
one's
Among Us 2
home.
release date.
I kept Waller and her agency people out of the loop on this. It's just the two of us.
We can handle this without her.
Not exactly cozy, is it?
Let's see what we can learn.
Oh, maybe we'll hear about it at E3. I totally forgot E3 is like next week. Because I remember they said it was delayed until further notice, right? Am I crazy? I think that was it. I think they were like, yeah. This is still the first chapter, yeah. Which is like fine, I don't really mind. The story's okay so far. I would say it's an alright
Someone's
story.
keeping a scrapbook.
How are we feeling? Anybody keeping up with the story? How are we feeling about the story? I think it's all right. I think it's all right. We're just trying to find Riddler. Riddler killed our friend. It's an easy to follow story. I think it's all right so far.
See no evil, hear no evil.
Monkey!
Speak no evil.
I'm so excited for when Twitch adds follower emotes. Okay.
Damn it. It's stuck.
No way to open it from the inside.
Then how do we get out?
We go in.
After you.
This doesn't look good. Is that a body? What was that? Monkey.
Give me a good, honest crack house any day.
Oh. Who is that?
Oh, God.
Oh. Well, it's nobody. Oh. Hello, sir. Get his wallet.
Special Agent Mario Fernandez.
Holy crap. He's one of Waller's.
He was trying to call for help. The phone isn't getting a signal.
Damn it. Me either.
It's a saw trap.
One of his pupils is fully dilated. The other's contracted. A clear sign of brain trauma.
Huh.
Is that real? Does
No
that happen
sign
in
of a
real
blow to
life?
the head.
You get brain, like, when your eyes do that if you get hit in the
Man
head.
bit his tongue clean through.
He must have suffered a shock.
Oh.
A sudden jolt.
Yikes. He bit his tongue in half? Oh, that happens with shock
There's some
therapy, I
hemorrhaging
think.
from the ears.
His eardrums must have burst.
Ah!
He's missing parts of his fingers on the right hand.
Oh.
We saw this before. The victim in the casino.
Jeez. Okay. Lots of no-nos.
One shoe is missing.
The sole of the other
One
one's almost
shoe.
completely melted through.
Oh no. Girl, I'm not getting in there.
That's a hell of an invitation.
Riddler's playing games.
Bet he tried to play along.
We can learn from his mistakes. Let's find out what he did wrong.
You're not getting in there, are you? A gun.
More monkey statues.
I'm starting to sense a theme here. That's an agency issue pistol. Packs a hell of a jolt.
I saw it take down Riddler's goons at the casino. It was impressive.
Gotta give it to Waller. Her people have great tech.
Take a look at this.
Huh. Well, that's the same kind of body cam the GCPD issues its officers.
Maybe there's a clue on the recording.
Can't hurt to look.
Because you've been so candid with me, I'm giving you a chance your other comrades won't get. A chance at getting out of this alive. We'll catch you.
Well, we know what
The
happens.
agency, they'll find. I shouldn't have to remind you
He
that
is
you've
not
been
alive.
chasing me for years. And I've always been 2 steps ahead. If
No,
you
he's
win
smart.
game,
The Riddler is really
I'll let you
smart.
go free, and you'll get a consolation prize. An exclusive sneak peek into how I'm going to kill all of your colleagues.
Probably one of the smartest supervillains.
Now, how is that for motivation? Screw you!
He had the agent bound while he beat him.
Get the shoe. Get the shoes, baby.
One shoe, melted.
Must belong to poor Cinderella over there.
Just being rude, being shady to the dead officer.
Scratches on the monitor. The polarizing filter has been tampered with.
Like in sunglasses.
Monitors typically have a polarizing filter to reduce reflection.
I don't see anything.
Impossible to see with the naked eye. We're going to have to look at it through a polarized lens. Masks. Each one missing a different facial feature.
The senses. They're missing their senses.
Like the monkey statues.
You're right. There must be a connection.
There are blades inside.
And a lot of blood. Huh. We know Riddler likes penalizing his victims for wrong answers.
Safes with electronic locks. Shut tight.
These must be the goal of whatever game we're playing.
A lot of busy work, literally. Just running around placing things.
Can't see how those monitors are connected to this safe.
I have no idea.
The agent must have been looking for the answer in one of these safes.
He chose the wrong one. Cost him his fingers.
His fingies. Did he do something with the monitors in his shoe?
No glass over there.
I guess not. Sorry, girl. What is that?
Prototype of the trap he used on Mori. The armor, extremely sturdy, ensuring there's no possible way to open them other than solving his riddles.
This is an insane way.
If I was like in there, I'd just be like, yeah, oh, it's
Metal
done.
mesh
Like I'm
lining
done.
Walls.
I would not be
Riddler
able
converted this
to
entire place
solve
into
this
a giant Faraday
riddle.
cage.
Faraday what?
An enclosure designed to block electromagnetic fields.
Hi, Jacob.
No signals in or out.
How you doing?
Guess it explains why our phones aren't getting signals. Clever son of a bitch.
Oh, just swearing. I would never swear. That's so fucked up. Oh. Get in.
Another one of Riddler's sick contraptions.
Some kind of
Get in the
murder
sex
box,
toy,
I guess.
Batman. You better get
It's
into
always
it.
a wacko, but this takes it to a new level.
What if we do that off camera? What does it look like off camera if I make this noise? What do you think I'm doing?
Won't budge. Must be locked in place. The glass. It's polarized.
So it is.
Show it is.
It's still warm. There must be some kind of heating element underneath.
I'm doing okay.
This thing is built like an oven.
There was a rat
It could
in my
be
room
cooked
earlier.
alive in
It's
there.
still here. Don't know where it is. Having a panic attack. No big deal. It is a big deal. It's very hot here. Like really
Turn me
hot.
around, but not the right way, and you might live to see another day.
What does it mean?
Then turn it the right way. It's as simple as that.
Let's take another look around. If this door were closed, the portal would be looking right at those monitors. Since the monitors have been tampered with, it's likely there's a message on it. One that can only be seen with a polarized lens.
You won't know until you're inside the box, though.
Or...
Hey, I got a hunch. Come here. No matter how careful Riddler is, chances are good he hasn't scrubbed his own computer.
Good call. It's worth checking out.
I don't know if that's true. I feel like if he set all of this up, like, his computer is not gonna have anything on it.
I recognize some of the names on this list. They're all Waller's people. Names, addresses, phone numbers. We have to warn her.
I'm good with the summer thing if I can get an AC set up, because, like, I was doing my makeup and my foundation was melting, like, in the pan, and I was like... And, like, I'm in front of 3 lights, 4, 5 lights. Like, it's hot in here. And, like, I'm in full drag. I could barely... It took me so long to get into drag because I was like, I don't want to put my wig on because, like, it's hot. It's hot in here.
Mori. He sold technology to Riddler.
Talk about strange bedfellows. You know, Waller's been keeping pretty tight tabs on Mori for a while now. She must have known. What does it say?
Riddler's not working alone.
Just wonderful. More psychos to worry about.
He and his colleagues, they don't see eye to eye. Apparently, they don't like his beef with me.
Hey, maybe we'll get lucky to kill each other.
So true, Jacob, me too. But I don't know. I'm trying to grow my hair out, but, like, it's summer and it sucks right now because, like, it's hot. So... Can I stop dropping that? That would be nice.
The floor of the box.
No, I feel like Riddler's into, like...
He tried standing
Riddler's
on one
gay.
foot to save the
Riddler's
other,
like...
causing that shoe to catch on
I
fire.
want to see...
When he exited the box,
twink
he
on
tried
twink.
To put the fire out, but couldn't. So he
Yeah,
threw off
Riddler
his
likes
shoe.
that. Riddler's not into this. You know what? Actually, he is. He's like that gay person from American Horror Story.
Or something?
Something like that. I've got all the pieces of Riddler's puzzle.
Jungle Gym 3, 4,
Now,
5,
we
or
need to
whatever
know
it
what order
was.
they
American
have
Horror
them
Story Season 1. That's who Riddler is. His real identity.
The agent woke up here where his body cam fell off. Once he found he couldn't call for help, he saw the message on the monitors and willingly put himself inside the murder box. The agent's shoe caught fire inside the murder box, so he opened it in a panic. As soon as he was out of the box, he ripped off the burning shoe and threw it. Somewhere in the confusion, he must
I feel
have
so
missed
cool and
something
sexy to
crucial.
actually know what you're referencing. What season are you on? Did you stop on Asylum?
From where he lost
I'll
his
be having
shoe,
Hot
the
Girl
agent
Summer because
beelined
living
for the
indoor
wall of
venues.
safes.
So true, me too.
He opened one.
I'm scared to go
but
out
chose
in drag
one.
again because I'm like,
The
is
blade
it gonna be
sliced off his
cold? Is it gonna be?
fingers.
It's probably gonna be hot.
And there he met his end. Though it's still unclear how and when his eardrums could have burst. The agent made a number of mistakes. Mistakes we can avoid.
Oh, you're bugged.
The heat inside the box forced him to run out before he could...
get Riddler's next clue. Poor bastard couldn't withstand the heat.
The Batsuit's armor is heat resistant. It'll buy me more time to find Riddler's next clue. Getting inside the box and starting the game is the only way we're getting out of here.
Like,
this is insane.
This is Saw.
You know that, right? The last man who went in there is dead. There's a good chance it'll kill you too.
Maybe you'd like to go in and solve it yourself.
No, go ahead. I wouldn't want to steal your thunder.
Like, literally, would you rather go in, girl? That shot so fast, girl.
Heat's rising, Batman.
Oh god, you want- wait a minute.
Hurry the hell up.
I can almost make out a message. One won't see trouble and one tells no lies. Ask the third if he hides the prize.
The monkeys. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. But which one is he referring to?
Whichever one it is, the correct safe will have a face with those senses removed.
Yeah, I'll check.
It's
here. They're still locked shut.
They should unlock when I open this door.
What the hell?
Congratulations! You're almost done. That is, if you can withstand my short-range ultrasonic device. Let's test it out, shall we?
No, we're good. I got it the first time. Oh my god.
Use it to open the safe! I'll put a stop to this damn noise!
Oh, yes, get into it. Right, the detective is hot. Uh-oh. I think it's this one. Hi, Lucia. Oh, blocked. Done.
Just in case.
Damn. Now, for the love of God, whatever's in that safe better be worth all this pain.
Did I get the right one?
It's a homing missile.
What does it home in on?
Looking at its schematics now. A signal. A radio signal. A signal. That's how he died.
How who died?
That's how they'll all die.
Riddler.
Maury sold me missiles for all of my enemies. Everyone on my list gets one. Most won't even know what's coming. For a brief second, their dull existences will light up before going dark forever.
Why are you doing this, Riddler? Haven't you killed enough?
I have a lot of enemies, Batman. While they're
Got
still
a lot
breathing,
of enemies.
I still have work to do.
I'm doing alright.
I'm trying
Definitely
to get
rough
a
night,
handle on
but
you,
we're just
Batman.
hanging out doing this story.
Partnering with Gordon is one thing.
I saw you on TikTok. Welcome in.
Remember of the old days,
Welcome
he's
in.
harmless enough.
Yeah, we'll see about that when you're in cuffs.
But the agency, they're a natural enemy to people like you and me. You must be desperate if you're making friends with them.
I'm not.
You must be really up against the ropes to want that
They are not my
scum
friends.
in your corner.
Don't get it twisted.
They're no friends of mine.
No, they're not. They'll smile to your face to get what they want. The agency uses people, Batman. Corrupts them, breaks their minds. I wasn't always like this. The agency made me.
Oh, this is garbage. Yeah, Waller's a hard ass, sure, but she had nothing to do with why he's so messed up.
I didn't say Waller, did I? This goes way before her time. But I don't forget. That's the thing about having a mind like mine. You remember everything. Even the things you'd rather not.
Whatever happened to you, it doesn't let you off the hook. You're still responsible for all the pain you've caused.
You think I'm asking for mercy? I was running things in Gotham before you could walk. I just wanted to see where the man who doesn't compromise actually draws his lines. But then, you already answered that for me, didn't you? When you offloaded my puzzle on your friend. Why don't you tell Gordon here what happened to Lucius Fox? Watch out, Commissioner. For all his preaching, Batman knows when to sacrifice a pawn to win the game. It was a smart move. Getting out of the way of the blast. Something only a pragmatist would do.
You shouldn't have said his name, Riddler. I'll make you pay for what happened to Lucius.
That must be the guilt talking. After all, the poor man's death is on you. Look at Gordon. He doesn't know what to make of any of it. Trust is hard-earned, yet easily lost, isn't it?
Oh, I forgot. He doesn't...
Come on now.
He doesn't know.
Don't get your tights in a twist. I knew you weren't sharp enough to do it on purpose. There's no room at the top for schoolboys who are too squeamish to fight in the gutter. You don't have what it takes to be a player in this town. Not without giving up those values you hold so dear. Game on!
Riddler's a gamer. Literally so personal. I'm like, oops.
I'll wait for Waller and pass on what we found.
She won't be happy when she finds out Riddler knows about every agency operative in Gotham.
Oh, can I have one, Gordon?
I don't blame her. If they were my cops, no one would be sleeping till we found this Riddler guy.
Just keep your eyes open, Jim. In the meantime, I'll stay on Riddler's tail.
Hey, hold up a sec.
Thanks, Jim.
What
We're
Riddler
here
said in there about
live.
the agency, smoke and mirrors, you ask me. But the thing about Lucius Fox and the blast at Wayne Tower, you gotta level with me. You got some connection with that Wayne Tech guy you didn't tell me about?
I'd tell you if I could, Jim.
It's like that, huh?
As I said.
It's not like that. Come on now. Everybody makes out what I have to say
The
indifferently.
fact I had to learn about it from Riddler instead of you.
Okay.
It doesn't sit right with me at all.
We're on
We
the
had some trust, you and I. What do you expect me to do with this? Am I just supposed to sit on my hands? Pretend I never heard any of it?
You are your own man, Jim. You'll come to your own decision.
I mean, I wasn't born yesterday. I know you probably have a network of civilians working for you. You can't do the kinds of things you do without a gigantic support system. Oh, to hell with it. I never heard what I heard in there. All right? Batman. I'll be waiting to hear from you.
It's like I wasn't really like gonna be like, oh yeah, I was gonna tell him, because in the actual movies, like, Gordon knows that Batman is Bruce Wayne, so it's not like a huge loss. Like, what is he gonna do? Like, he knows in the real movies. Oh, I just hit my desk.
I heard your discussion with Commissioner Gordon. Now he knows that Lucius Fox and the Batman were allies. Gordon's dangerously close to figuring out who you are.
Who cares?
If he does find out, I have no idea how he'll react. It's not a chance you can afford to take.
He looked me straight in the eye, Alfred. He's been our friend a long time. He deserves to know.
I understand that, Bruce, but he's still too close for comfort. I'm sorry, but he is. You were radio silent for so long. Tell me, did you find out how Lucius died?
Yeah.
This is a missile I found in Riddler's workshop. The explosion at Wayne Tower. We were thinking about it all wrong.
This is still chapter 1. What the fuck?
The puzzle wasn't an explosive. It was an emitter. When it was solved, it emitted a signal. You heard it earlier. If allowed to play too long, it becomes a launch signal.
That's why it was beeping.
Dear God, you did solve the box. We just didn't know it.
The Batcave scrambler blocked the signal.
Poor Lucius. Wayne Tower offered no such protections.
Oh.
Our tight little family has gotten smaller because of it. It was the three of us looking out for each other. Now it's two.
I still have you. And we still have each other.
I won't always be here, Bruce.
Are you going on vacation?
Losing Lucius in such gruesome fashion, it puts me in rather a morbid mood.
I'm sorry.
The list of agency operatives from Riddler's workshop.
Why is he British? Alfred's hot, please.
It's a hit list. It's only useful if he has a way
Hi,
to
Ghosty.
target the agents, though. And I doubt he's sending them all puzzle boxes. Hold on, let's just walk through it.
Where are we going? Oh.
He's hacked their cell phones. He could pinpoint the location of any one of these operatives.
He's always been hot and British. That is true.
And he can
Gilf.
broadcast his signal through their phone
Grandfather,
to make them
I'd
a target
like
of a
to
missile strike.
rock.
Can you block it?
I have to wait,
Get
literally.
a clean copy of the signal, yes.
I want Harley Quinn and Batman to fuck in this game, and if they don't, I'm gonna be plucked. Oh, and I will be. Or Catwoman again. Round 2, baby. Oh, I thought he was naked. So sorry.
It's the only way I can get a clean version of the signal. It's pretty grim, Alfred. You don't have to watch.
We have to watch him die?
I can handle it. I've never been one to shy away from duty, however unpleasant it may be.
No, I don't want you to watch this. You're already sad.
Actually, Al, I'm gonna do this part on my own. Why don't you get us some tea while we work?
Well, if you insist, Bruce.
I don't want him to see it. Like, he's literally already so upset and, like, traumatized from being kidnapped in the last game. Like, he's gonna be like, woo!
Bruce, get my daughter out of the building. Get yourself out.
What are you talking? What did you figure out?
I've solved the Riddler's puzzle, Bruce. Tell Tiffany that I love her. That I'm sorry I wasn't around more.
Lucius?
We really made a difference, didn't we? Batman?
All right. Now I just need to create a filter to get a clean version of the signal. And then match up the points found
I'm
in
sweating
both
so
sound
much, my
files.
ass is sticking to this chair. Like, how is summer gonna happen? Like, huh? Summer's just with my delicious fat ass. All this sweat on this chair, baby.
Dwayne. Tiffany.
Gotta keep trying. The two sounds have to be the same.
Batman? Bruce?
No, that's not it. Now the sounds have to match for this to work.
That's true. Tay, that's true.
Tiffany. Dwayne.
These are definitely not the same.
I don't know what it necessarily wants me to do,
I
but I'm
have to
gonna try.
highlight the same sound in both files.
Also, I want to be a Genshin streamer.
Tiffany.
No connection there.
I want to be a Genshin streamer.
The two sounds have to be the same.
I think next stream I'm gonna play Genshin. Because the new update comes out.
Bruce. Dwayne.
No, that's not it. Now the sounds have to match for this to work.
I'm so lost. I want to do, so like, I know we have a lot of things we do every week, but I honestly think that's like kind of good. Like if we did one Genshin stream a week, if we did our crappy horror games once a week, and then we have to, it just goes like that, you know what I mean? I feel like that's okay. That's a good schedule to be on. The voices have to match.
Tiffany. Tower.
No.
Tiffany
I have to
Tower.
highlight the same
My
cell
drag
on
name,
both
Tiffany
files.
Towers. My lace just jumped.
I need to keep looking. The two sounds have to be the same.
What's in the update? It's a summer update. It's gonna be so fun, Red. I want to stream it. It would be so fun to stream. I mean, like, honestly, like, I just... Genshin streamers on TikTok are so cool. I want to be one.
Tiffany. Bruce.
Nope. Now the sounds have to match for this to work.
What? What am I not understanding? I turn into, like, Skillet.
Enterprises. Bruce.
Nope.
What's stopping you from streaming it? Because I think people think it's cringe.
Both files.
Okay. Does, like, the amount of letters in the word have to be the same? Oh, Tiffany, and then Tiffany right here.
Tiffany.
That's a match.
That's a match! I wrote box! Tiffany Towers. Wait, is this?
Dwayne. Bruce.
I still think I'm on the wrong track. The two sounds have to be the same.
I play Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my god, sponsor! I got sponsored by them a while ago. They were pretty fun. They were alright. They were alright. They were alright. Batman with Batman. There's two Batmans? I don't see two Batmans. Wayne, Batman, Disable, Riddler, Enterprises, Tower, Bruce. This puzzle is annoying. What the hell? There's not two Batmans. Maybe it's the same amount of letters. So this has 5. This has 5.
Dwayne.
No, that's.
I've matched that 3 times actually, and I just haven't.
Have to
Okay.
match for this to work.
Oops.
Bruce. Bruce.
The waveforms match.
Oh, there was 2 Bruces. How did I not see that?
Piggyback
Am
on
I
the
just
Riddler's cell
that?
phone.
Like I can't see without my glasses?
They'll recognize any incoming signal match and shut down, negating.
Oh, did I
alarms.
do it? Look at his dick. I'm so sorry.
Makes sense for me to have the signal on me as well.
What for?
Riddler still has functioning missiles. Once he finds out I've blocked his targets, he may decide to launch indiscriminately. But with the signal, I might be able to divert them. Tiffany gave me this the day Lucius died.
This is still the first
Let's put it to
chapter.
good
Like, I
work.
feel like the Wolf Among Us chapters were shorter. Like, this is a lot.
It's not a theory I really want to test.
So we had better find Riddler first. There is always Riddler's second in command. Eli Nabel, arrested after his attack on the casino. None of the authorities have gotten anything out of him yet.
Yeah, I feel like Batman wouldn't like me. But, like, I like him, so.
Unknown contact.
What is it?
That John guy from the funeral, from Arkham.
Oh, that's right. No one knows Joker's real name, so he's just going by John
Sounds like
Doe.
he's keeping his word.
Got you.
More.
The way it's literally one of the hottest days of the summer, and I'm like, let me wear a turtleneck and like a really long wig, a synthetic wig.
John
yeah.
thinks that Mori can get us Riddler's location.
I'm so dumb sometimes, I
Believe him?
swear.
Maybe we should go back.
The emoji the Joker sent?
Bring Rumi Mori up on the back computer.
I can't.
Either of them could potentially lead me to him.
The question is, which is more likely to help you?
Wait, who did Joker tell me to go to? Eli... No, he wants me to go to Mori. Right? Okay, I trust the Joker.
Mori's a businessman. Given the right incentive, he could be persuaded to talk.
Also, then why was
he? Sure
he...
can't have any love for Riddler.
Why
after
was
his attempted
he...
murder at the casino.
I'd say he'd respond better to a more genteel approach. Peer
Genteel.
to peer as Bruce Wayne.
Genteel.
However, the agency is watching him. If Waller finds out that Bruce Wayne sought a parley with Mori, she'll not be best pleased. On the other hand, Riddler's lieutenant...
Pibby!
Eli Mabel.
The way I, like, can't... It says half your name, but I know it's you. I know it's
fight.
Peb. I know it's
Cracking
Peb.
him will be tougher, more physical.
Oh, let me do this. Let me do followers. Welcome in, Raiders! Hi. How was Pip's stream? Everybody, thank you so much for coming. Hi, Rio. Hi, Pope. Hi, Glass. Thank you so much for the raid, Pippi. Today we're playing the last, for right now, Telltale game that Telltale produced. Until they shut down, for whatever reason, they shut down. Fun. Kind of prepping for E3, kind of prepping to hopefully see some Wolf Among Us news. We played Wolf Among Us before. Kind of just playing some games we've never played before, because I want like the and the oohs and the ahs. But I am a variety retro streamer here. I play a lot of GameCube, Wii, Nintendo 64 games. Like Pib, I play a lot of retro, so if you're ever, Pib isn't live, you want to come over hang out with me, you are more than happy to. I would love to have you. I lurk everywhere. Joy's the raid calls. So good. How was the stream? What did you do over there? I actually joined earlier before I was streaming because I was like in half face. And if you didn't know, there's a rat in my apartment. And I was having a breakdown and I was just watching Pip's stream for a little bit because there's a fucking rat in my kitchen. And I literally have to... I have to buy new appliances now because there's rat shit in my kitchen. And it's a mess. That's what I get for living in a basement, so... It's never easy for Nem. But I hope it was a lovely stream for you. No, you killed a what? A who?
For Batman. He's currently in Waller's
Yes,
custody
please look at my
in the
YouTube.
GCPD
If you're new here and you're missing any of our
Interrogating
streams,
Mabel
you can go over to my YouTube channel. I post every YouTube... I post all of my videos and VODs on YouTube now because Twitch is kind of hard to navigate some older videos. So everything's over there for your viewing pleasure. Oh, wait, that's actually, oh! I didn't know there was a word for it. A bowl. I took like an old carpet that's dirty and I like shoved it in the hole that the rat might be in. So hopefully the exterminator or whoever's coming to deal with it can deal with it tomorrow. Cause I'm scared. Like, I'm actually, like, terrified. Like, I'm not a bad bitch like Pib, and I can't just be like, yeah! Oh, 2 raids! Hi, Pasta! Oh, thank you for the subscription. Bleaker, thank you for the raid with a party of 9. Things with... it scares me. Maybe it's because when I was living in New York, they just scared me a lot. They just really scared me. Thank you all so much for the raids tonight. It's really hot here, so I appreciate all of the sexy love and support. So I'm sitting here in this way it gets hot, a turtleneck. Just love having some visitors, having a good time. Yeah, please go to my YouTube. I would love to get some new subscribers on my YouTube as well. But we're playing this today. Currently in the story, what's happening is that we're looking for the Riddler. The Riddler is placing like saw traps, and everybody's getting caught in the saw traps. So we're looking for the Riddler, and the Joker is the Joker before he was the Joker. And he's just like casual Joker, no lipstick on, no makeup on, hanging out. This is like before the Joker goes crazy. We haven't seen Harley. We had sex with Catwoman a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it's a good time, and Batman's hot in this game, so...
Be a visible endorsement of Waller's authority.
So is Alfred. I mean, come on now.
Won't like it.
Like, look at this man. Like, ooh. Ooh. Okay, I want to trust Joker. Like, we have to trust Joker. I think that, I mean, I'm just as Harley Quinn, so I feel like I'm a little biased. But I feel like we should, like, the Joker, oh. I knock out my headphone. Anyway, coming off of Bleaker's Raid, I am Nemesis on the network here. I'm a variety retro streamer. If you didn't hear it before, now you heard it. Love hanging out here. If you are not watching Bleaker and Bleaker's not live, I'd love to have you here. We're playing this today. I feel like we should go to Mori. I'm gonna go to Mori because I feel like that's what my heart's... I feel like we've been making the wrong decisions, but that's okay.
I'll meet with Mori. I'm sure Bruce Wayne can find a way to reason with him.
Yes, I handle the night shift. Hey. I fixed my sleep schedule so I was like streaming at like 4 p.m. and stuff, but then like, I don't know, the last couple days I'm like, up till 5 a.m. again. Woo! I want to see that Joker movie. I need to watch it. The one that's just the Joker and it's that guy that he shoots the guy on the TV show or whatever it is. I need to watch that movie.
Waller's
I have
people
it.
are here, watching more.
But I just don't like watching a movie with a
agents
man.
and data should make him easy to tag.
Birds of Prey
I need
was
you to keep an
the
eye on
moment.
it for me. Maybe cause a distraction if I need it.
Oh my gosh, you want to know what I watched
Following his every
recently?
move.
I watched that video that's making the rounds on YouTube. It's pretending to be crazy, and it's the investigation of that guy in Florida that shot 14 kids, and he was like pretending to be crazy to not get the death penalty. Has anybody else seen that? It's making the rounds on Twitter right now. It's a crazy 1-hour video dissecting this guy's behavior and mannerisms because he was lying about being crazy. He was like, I see demons, because he didn't want to get the death penalty, because if you're labeled as mentally insane by the government, they can't give you the death penalty, or a doctor, whoever. So he was pretending to be like, oh, I have a demon. And he wasn't. Like, there was video evidence of him lying, and there was actual proof before they dissected it from his phone that he said he was gonna be a school shooter. And like, it's a crazy video. And he was like, I only see the demon from 11 to 12. Like, girl, the voices only happen from 11, 12 p.m. The demon is booked and blessed. It's booked and blessed. It's too busy for me. And then he was like, he got real plucked because the officer that was investigating him was like, oh, does the demon want to see a psychologist? And he was like, no, it's a great video. I'm gonna watch the other videos from that person that created that. It was rodent drama with Messier Streets. So true, understated diva. You're so right. I literally saw it like on top of like my counter, and it like went back down into the cabinet, and I was like, oh. Right? And then they found on his phone, there was two, like, this is where it's like, you know, like that FBI camera in your phone meme? Like, is that, like, it's like, is that true or is it not true? Because there were 2 accounts beforehand of clips of him saying that he was gonna do it on the date at the specific time on his Snapchat and in his camera roll of him saying he was gonna do it. So I'm like, when does that come into play? Like, when are they gonna... Because it could have been... I mean, as horrible as it sounds, I feel like it could have been prevented because if they did something in his phone, because there were 2 videos beforehand of him saying he was gonna do it. So, like, where... This was also in 2018, so I don't know how much if it was changed back then, because it was 4 years ago. But I was like, there are 2 accounts of him saying he was gonna do it. Like, and the trial is coming up in September. Trust, I will be watching it. But... it was crazy. It's a crazy video. If you do not know what the video is, look up. It's probably in your recommended. It has 34 million views on it. It's an hour video. I'm not even lying to you. You will not... I thought I was not going to want to get through it, but it's an amazing video. Like, I would stop this game and watch the other video right now. I love crime shows. I think they're so great. And you know what's interesting? When I went to makeup school, we had to watch like crime shows because in crime shows, the SFX are realistic and you can watch crime shows more or less to get some intel on what the SFX looks like instead of looking at real crime photos. Because they wanted us to look at like real surgery procedures and stuff for like visual representations of what you wanted to do with SFX. But they were like, you can watch crime shows, like blah, blah, blah. But I used to watch SVU, Law and Order SVU, like all the time with my ex-boyfriend. I love that show. With, I forget, Stabler and Miss, oh, fuck, I forgot her name. I haven't seen it in years. Yes, that's why I love Ace Attorney too. I was talking to Pip how much I love it too. I was like, what's the point of law school? Like, I could just play Ace Attorney. Like, I love it. Like, I'm actually enjoying my time. It's just a lot of reading for me, so I have to take my time with it. And that's why I wouldn't play it on stream. But you know what the gag was though? That video. So if anyone wants to watch the video, Mia just sent it in the chat. But in the video, the guy, so what happens, the tragedy, like trigger warning, I'm sorry, like close your ears, leave for a couple minutes. I'll wave when we're done with the conversation. But what the gag was is that he, unfortunately, he shot and killed 14 students, underage students, and then injured about like 7 people and faculty members. Then he left the facility, like the school, and he pretended to be one of the survivors running out. He changed his outfit and pretended to run outside like he was a survivor. And then he went to a McDonald's and sat with one of the people's brothers that he murdered and was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm so sorry this happened to you. Like, sat across the table with someone's parents he just murdered. I mean, kids they just murdered. I was like, you are insane. He was also listening to some crazy German music. And he was like, the demon told me to do it. It is literally an insane video. Please watch it. Like, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's so good though. I'm also just relaying the information if you don't want to watch it. I'm waving to signal that the trigger warning is gone. But it is crazy. I just spit. Oh, did they really? Pib, I didn't know that. They gave him his own TV show? Because I remember he left. He's old now. That show's been on a while. My favorite character in SVU was Casey Novak. She was one of the lawyers, but she had great red hair and she was just always beat. She had her waist pulled in. She was stunning. She was stunning. I'm not even playing this game anymore. I'm just talking about crime shows. More interesting to me. Yes, literally. No, that video is so good. I will send it in our Discord too. I'm gonna watch the other video that person posted. It's so good. And me and my friend were watching, me and House were watching videos, top 5 videos. I watched them with Shalora a while ago, but it's like top 5 broadcasts that got interrupted, like in real life. And I don't know if anybody's seen the meme, but it's this guy with a Coke can and he has a mask on that looks like the president from like back in the day, and he has sunglasses and the background is all corrupted, and it's like this weird, like, I've seen it all over Twitter, like the straights love to use this as a reaction meme, but it was a tragedy that happened, that this guy hacked the video and he hacked TV stations with radio signals, and he hasn't been identified to this day, but he hacked TV signals to be on the air for about 90 seconds. And in the video, he's sitting there in distorted voices talking in this mask, and he has a Coke bottle and he's trying to imitate like a commercial and like make fun of it. Not sure what he was getting at, but then eventually the commercial changes to him getting spanked on live air, his full like ass out. Like, it was crazy for back in the day, because back in the day it was very taboo to do that. Like, it was very taboo, and like he hacked the radio station and did that, and they were like, oh, no, get him off the air. Like, they were already like, I don't even know how to explain it. It was, I love that shit. YouTube video stream, like, we should do that. We should watch these videos together. I would love to do that. Like, they're crazy, they're great topics of conversation. Like, insane. I know Holly does it. Holly loves watching, Holly Cannabis. Holly loves to do like videos and they watch with their chat. I would love to do that. I would seriously love to do that. I want to get out of this chapter because I also want to get out of drag. I think I need to do some things tonight. Well, we all know what I have to do tonight with the, you know, visitor in my kitchen, but I'm trying to figure out, like, when the end of this chapter is.
Here. All this attention must be annoying to a man like Mori.
I see them.
All of these agents were on Riddler's list. Even without access to their phones, he'll still try to kill them all somehow. No time to waste.
Ugh!
Mr. Wayne, to what do we owe this honor?
Good evening, Mr. Mori. I've come to talk.
It's so hot right now. I'm literally sweating my makeup off.
Your visit is unexpected, Mr. Wayne. What can I do for you? A private matter between friends.
We have a mutual enemy, Mori. He can't go unchecked.
Men like you and I have many enemies, Mr. Wayne. I am sure we share more than one.
You know the one I mean.
The authorities are watching my every move.
I need one,
Apparently,
Jacob. I don't have the money to get one. I mean,
There's
I do,
really not much I
but
can offer you
I also have to
other
pay
than
for an
a drink
exterminator.
and roulette wheel. Not
Like,
when
this
I'm being
sucks. Happy summer. I'm just annoyed. I hate spending money, and like having to spend money on stuff I shouldn't have to spend money on is really exhausting.
Lose the agents.
Especially like, I hate spending on stuff that if I move out, I'm not gonna have anymore. You know what I mean? Like, if I were to move to a new place eventually, like, I'm not gonna have some of this stuff anymore, and it's like...
We haven't even scratched the surface.
That's what really makes me upset.
What can I do for you?
Information. About the Riddler.
I hate struggling with money. I tweeted this earlier. I just want to live. Can I live? Like, I'm just trying to live.
We are on the same side of this, Mori. I was here in the casino that night. I saw what he did to you. It's only a matter of time before he comes at you again.
Maybe you're right. I dealt with that maniac, it's true. But I was done after the first delivery. Riddler wanted more. Everything he could get his hands on. He even wanted me to hand over one of my biotech companies. I said no.
That's why he attacked you.
You have no idea how crazy he is. I only wish I had known it sooner.
Actually, I have a pretty good idea.
I see that you do. He scared me.
I mean, I would
was
hope
afraid
so.
He'd use my goods in the city. After the explosion at Wayne Enterprises, it turns out I was right. I want you to know, I had no idea the Riddler had marked you as a target. I knew your father, back when he was running Gotham. Our interests often aligned. I would never dishonor his memory. He was a friend, truly one of a kind.
Mori, listen to me very carefully. I am more ruthless than my father ever was.
Oh, I didn't want to do that.
Has a savage bark, and from the looks of it, the teeth to match. I can help you find
that was
the Riddler,
shady.
Mr. Wayne. I
Mr. Mori has
missile
shade.
he's using to pick off his enemies. He won't be very far from it. Everything you need to find him is on that drive.
Of
But
this
I need a
USB
favor
stick
from you
with some
first.
great drag mixes.
A favor?
Waller has me detained here pending Riddler's trial. She controls all my accounts.
I'm sorry, it's so hot being a drag during the summer. I can't do it.
All haste.
Woo! I thought I was gonna love it, bitch. I need that AC
Otherwise,
installed
I fear
now.
my fate
Stop.
is a short, miserable life in a black prison, somewhere deeply unpleasant.
I could do that for you.
I knew I could count on your friendship. A chartered plane waits for me at the airport. The pilot will fly me to a safe haven in the Caribbean for the right price. All you have to do is authorize a transfer. You don't want me as an enemy, Mr. Wayne. Our agency friends will be back any second. Let's handle this quickly and without disturbance.
I don't understand,
Everyone
like,
gets
what
want.
is the situation here? Just do it. Like, why are we taking it by
Done.
force?
Send me a postcard from the beach.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne. I owe you a great debt. If this ever comes to light, I'll keep your name out of it for as long as I can.
Thank you.
Be careful, Mr. Wayne. That lunatic is not to be trifled with. Now, I suggest
Yeah, look
you
at
make
him in a
yourself
suit.
scarce
Oh, let me just...
before our agency friends return.
Excuse the fuck out of me. Woo!
Alfred, I've sent you Maury's information. Find me Riddler's location, and fast.
The
That was a good
Lady of Dublin.
Which is...
A cargo ship in Gotham Bay.
That was a good one.
Good. Send me the location. And let Gordon know. Tell him Batman's on the way.
This can't be the same chapter. You are shitting me. Are we playing the entire game? How long is this game?
Armed men on board.
Ow! I just hurt myself.
Be careful, Bruce. Who knows what the Riddler has up his sleeve?
Oh my god. I thought I was just gonna spill a drink everywhere. Oh my god. Woo! Can I just, like, pull my skirt off? I'm gonna sit here. Panties. Panties and bra. Oh. Did I just show my cooch? Hope not.
I'm on board, Al.
Do you see Riddler?
You won't get away with this. What do you think's gonna happen? What's his name?
I hear him. Need to get a better angle.
You'll see what's gonna happen.
I remember a couple of months ago when I tried shaving my own, like, hairline. It was bad. I will never be doing that again.
We found him.
Really thought you could insist.
Maury's information turned out to be accurate.
Thank goodness.
No sight of the missiles yet, though.
I thought my booty.
They must be here somewhere.
My you know what showed.
Too. And it's hard to blame.
Am I wearing cute underwear? No, I'm not. So that would have been bad.
The agency has a
Hostages.
They appear to be more of Waller's
Your
agents.
agency has been on my heels far too long.
So what are we gonna do?
I'll give it to you.
A good spot for cover.
I'll admit it's going to feel satisfying to get my revenge on your predecessors.
I can't with these people that just don't hear these things. Like, if I was them, I'd be like, what was that?
You'll see what I mean soon, of course. They might be angry I brought you here, but when they understand why, they'll recognize my brilliance. After all, I am
Wait for
uniquely
it.
qualified to see the big picture.
Don't want him raising an alarm.
Making
I'll
people see
move when
that.
he isn't looking.
You think? I'm sure you can understand. But I get it. Sometimes my methods can appear a little unorthodox. You brought this on yourselves. All of you. You government clods really thought you were smarter than me. It's clear you're in desperate need of some schooling.
I'm done with school, baby. Oh.
My friends will be here soon. I'd keep your mouths shut until then.
Hostages first. When they're safe, I can find the missiles. Targeting online now.
Ready, Bruce.
Oh my god. Oh. Yeet!
Let the hostages go, Riddler.
You can't possibly think clunking a few heads is enough to make me roll over.
Now kiss.
Oversized vermin!
Batman! Batman!
Agent Avesta.
No, keep her in there.
It's heating up.
No. Do we have an option to not save her? I will not save her. Get off
Thanks,
me!
Batman.
Oh.
Are you all right?
It's her fault. I blame this bitch.
Oh God, not more.
Wait, you could fully just just get through. Just shimmy through. Oh yeah.
Something that neutralizes the shock device.
That is big enough for you to fit through, especially that other bitch. What the fuck?
I memorized your playbook, Batman.
Why was his dick just in my face?
I know all your shallow tricks.
Death flop. Hi, Kira.
Maury was incapable of learning his lesson. I knew he'd lead you to me eventually. All part of the plan.
All part of the plan I just made up.
The missiles.
Bait. Just like the hostages were bait. I knew you couldn't bear to let these agents die. You care too much about the little people. That makes you weak. I saw how you saved Maury. I saw how angry you got about what happened to Fox.
Don't think my compassion means I won't hurt you. Don't think I won't beat you within an inch of your life.
Hard to do that when you're in a cage. Even harder when you're dead. My partners were supposed to be here to see this. I guess I can just show them the bodies. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Get them wrong, one of these agents gets torn apart.
You won't get away with this.
Get her collie.
Right? This happens. I designed this for you, Batman. The hero who doesn't have to compromise will die knowing he couldn't save everyone. Let's get started. We have a lot to get through. I'm curious to see how you'll handle it all.
Ask your questions, Riddler.
I don't know.
Let's get this over with.
Oh, good. I was hoping you'd cooperate. But I don't think the agent next to you shares your enthusiasm. You can handle the sonic blasts. But her... I estimate 3 blasts at most before her insides rupture.
You what?
This one should be easy, Batman. Close to the heart. I
Shot
sold
to
the
the
puzzle
heart.
box for the bat. Now I'm dead. And I mean dismembered. Closed casket for sure, kind of dead.
Thank you, Spencer.
Who am I?
If you know the answer, please say it. My colleagues will die otherwise.
Speak up, Batman. Which one of your dead friends am I? Need a hint? Starts with the letters L and F.
Lucius.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
Lucius Fox.
Very good, Batman.
Hi, Marshall.
You saved a life. But...
Thank you.
Batman, don't answer any more of his questions.
No, Blake. I won't let you die.
Is that really Travis
Number
Touchdown?
2. Also, completely self-evident. I am black and blue and bleeding from the ears. Who am I?
Your mama.
I think he means me.
You're not my mom.
Say it.
Don't you dare answer that.
Please. Don't let him die. Say it.
I need an answer. Or click, click, click.
Avesta. The answer is Agent Avesta.
You got it, Batman. Ha. Here's your prize.
Oh my God. Iman! What have you done?
She wanted me to do it.
You made your point.
Just
I did
one
it.
more, Batman. And then it'll all be over.
I'll distract him. Just get us out of here.
I'm the sharpest mind you'll ever meet. The original genius with Gotham at my feet. Who am I?
Another foot thing.
You're Riddler. Riddler's the genius.
Well done, Agent.
You answered so quickly, you almost deserve not to get the blast.
I'll fire one of the missiles. Use the bat cam to make it target the cage. And use Riddler's trap to protect Iman and myself from the explosion.
That seems like a lot. I don't think that's gonna work,
What you're
Mr.
saying,
Bruce
Agent
Wayne.
Avesta, but you're not the one I need to hear it from.
Missile armed, ready to fire.
Who's the genius, Batman? Who's on top of Gotham now? I want to hear it from you.
Definitely not you.
What are you doing?
The way she looked at him, she went. Oh my.
No, 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 no!
Ow!
Impossible! You think you're clever, don't you?
You think you're clever, don't ya? Now think again. Oh! Oh! Beat the fuck out of him. You better get into it, Batman. Ooh. Oh my god! Not the battering through his back. Oh!
Who's the man?
It's not funny.
Who's got no time left?
The Riddler.
Thought you'd get such an easy one right.
Those missiles are aimed right at the city.
The answer is Batman.
You what? It's gonna make me choose. I hate this. Oh, never mind. Splash zone! Whee!
This can't be happening.
I want to soccer kick him, bitch. Yeet! Kick him. You better do it. It's not funny. Oh, she got up real quick.
Iman.
Dang, I thought she was gonna die.
Thank God. I didn't think we were going to make it.
I didn't think so either, girl. I thought you were gonna die.
I thought...
You're reckless, Iman. You're lucky you're alive. Agent, are you okay?
She's blocked.
My ears! I can't hear.
It's over, Riddler.
I just wanted to like
Look
smack
forward to
him,
a
like just like
padded cell.
bitch smack him real quick. This, like in
Congratulations,
the
Batman.
RuPaul comedy challenges.
You managed, even in my twisted game, to keep everyone alive. But at what cost? Agent Investus suffered, so no one had to die.
I mean...
That can't sit well with you. Can it? Must be an uncomfortable feeling.
Iman knew the risks. She would have endured anything to bring you down.
Sounds like you have good things to say about her.
I really don't. I just don't like you.
She could still hear you. I made you hurt an innocent woman to get to me. Oh, my comrades would have been impressed.
That's not true, but okay.
I set this all up to show them. I thought they'd back me up, even if they didn't agree. They left me here to deal with you alone.
That's true, Red.
They betrayed me.
I look forward to meeting these friends of yours. They're next on my list.
Good. They deserve it.
Does Harley Quinn get a chapter? That'd be hot. That'd be hot. But I'm in the wrong outfit for that, if that's the case.
Unless that white-faced prick set me up. Never told them to meet me here.
What was that? What just happened?
They broke the pact.
The pact?
Speak up! Get the dick out of your throat! Come on! Oh. Oh, he passed away! Oh. Oh. I know Harley's in this game and she looks rough, bitch. She looks rough.
Lock the ship down and radio for more medics.
To my knowledge. I think I could do another chapter, honestly. It's getting pretty cool in here.
Riddler, is he... Oh, god damn it. Oh, this isn't good, Batman. The
I have the
investigation
costume,
is at a dead
I'll
end
probably wear it
without a
next year.
breathing suspect. We're in trouble.
Actually, I need to buy
A
hair
lot of
extensions.
I have no idea how we're getting out of it.
You don't have to worry, Jim. I'll take the heat for this.
I appreciate the thought, but that ain't gonna cut it. Oh, Waller is gonna come down
Gordon
on
is
us like
so
a
hot in this
thunderbolt.
game. I would
Thunderbolt?
fuck him.
I'm the whole goddamn hurricane.
Here we go.
I'm about to blow both your asses off the side of this ship.
I wish you would.
Goddamn mess. Agent Avesta is deaf. Riddler is dead.
She wanted us
and I don't
to-
know exactly how, but I know you tampered with my suspect at the casino. Unless you expect me to believe that Maury got out of Gotham all by himself. Batman is clearly being misused as an asset to the GCPD. I'm taking direct control of law enforcement in Gotham, effective immediately.
What?
Gordon, you're being relieved of your stars. Bumped down to Deputy Ops.
Excuse me, you can't do that!
You can't demote me.
I just did. Don't like it? Go cry to the governor.
Gordon's been fighting the good fight for years. You're delusional if you think you can solve all our problems.
You're the ones who are deluded. You're so busy gazing into each other's eyes, you can't see the big picture.
No, I can!
Take some vacation days, Gordon. I've got sensitive case details to discuss with Batman.
I think, you know what I think she's supposed to be? I think
Still in
she's
this
supposed to
together,
be that person in Suicide
This
Squad.
doesn't change a thing.
You know that person in Suicide Squad? Like the girl boss of the entire movie? I think was played, nope.
This city is about to find itself in a crisis the likes of which it's never known. Riddler had a crew. Not just any crew. The worst
Oh, it
criminal
is?
minds from all over the world.
I am so
here in
smart!
Gotham. You come across anything about them? I'm assuming you've heard of them by now.
Do your own dirty work, Waller. You'll get nothing from me.
That's a real shame. No one's better suited for this job than you. Evidence in his workshop suggests he was involved in a feud with another member of the group.
So you just demoted my friend and blamed me for all of the stuff.
Dr. Harleen Quinzel, former psychiatrist at Arkham Asylum. She's very elusive. Keeps her head down. Much more so than that show-off Riddler. He was going to be my way in once we captured him alive. But now I have you to lean on. A man who lives on both sides of the line. And
Harley
knows
stands,
exactly
rise
when
up!
to cross it. Yes. You and I will be working together very closely.
No, we won't!
Bruce Wayne.
How did she know? You and... Oh, so every villain gets in a chapter by themselves. I love that! That was Riddler's chapter. At the funeral, you and 58 other players left John ecstatic. So it was 50-50, that's fair. At the funeral, he was pleased to you, he's proud of himself, and he chose the card you liked. He was absolutely ecstatic that you agreed to meet his friends. You and 69... I'm just gonna say the first numbers, I'm not gonna do the percent. 61 other percent of players worked with Waller in a way that was strange. She was not happy, she was furious, and because you went behind her back to talk to Murray, she will work with you begrudgingly. You and 77% of players saw Gordon became steadfast. He appreciated you backing him up in front of Walker, and he was suspicious that you refused to talk about Lucius. Because you took his side against Waller's, he's steadfastly loyal to you. I don't know if that's the right word to use there, but I'm not a writer, so. You and 77% of others left Tiffany furious. She was thrilled when you told her that she could help you with the puzzle box, and at the funeral, she was consoled when you were able to relate to her. But because you told her about the truth and endangered Lucius, she now feels betrayed. Okay, either way, she would have been upset, because if we told her, if we lied to her, then she would have been upset with us in the future. Like, why would you lie to her in front of her dead dad? Okay. Miss Tiff. You and 55% of others, so it's 50-50, traumatized Iman. She was impressed that you stood up to Waller, and she was sorry she angered you while asking you questions. She is traumatized by the torture she endured at the hands of the Riddler. So you could have made her not deaf, but like, it was either that or her friend. I feel like if someone was gonna die over like losing a sense, like I know that's terrible, but like what do you gain if someone dies? I feel like everybody survives. That's the good part. That's the good situation. Oh no. I got the bad one for Alfred. You and 33% of others left Alfred grieving. He was concerned when you said you wanted revenge. Not showing him the rest of the video of dying Lucius has let him start grieving. He was shocked that you disregarded the law to get the drive. Oh. Okay. What did you tell Gordon about your connection to Lucius? You and 9% of others told Gordon that you could not talk about it. Oof. Wait, is that 9 or 99? That's 9. 16% of others were silent when Gordon asked about it. 6.4 people lied to Gordon, and 82 confessed Gordon. Oh, we could have done that. Yeah, huh? We should have. Oops. Did you choose to visit Maury or Ellie? We did the right one. It was Maury. How did you get the drive from Maury? You paid him, or did you forcefully get the drive and we paid him, but that wasn't the most popular? Did you save Iman or the agents? You and 71% of others sacrificed Iman in order to save the other agents. So that was the correct way to leave her traumatized, which is terrible, but I want to see it, Akira. I haven't watched it yet. These are long chapters. Look how many decisions we had to make. You and 99% of others told Gordon you could not talk about Lucius. 74% of others chose to visit Maury. 43% of others chose to make a deal. Okay, we already went over that. I don't think Ivy's in this game. She's always like she's always fucked over. They always fuck her over. They never put her in games. And her role in Arkham Knight was good, but she ended up dying. Spoiler, the game came out how many years ago? But she ended up dying, which was like her only role in the movie. Is that she literally, like, one of her first. Oh, so look at this. 2 is Harley, 3 is Catwoman, 4 is Joker, and 5 is the finale. So gag. I could do this episode tonight, the next stream I could do my Catwoman costume, and then we could go to Joker, and then if we do it all in one stream, work. If not, I could do a Joker outfit for the finale. That'd be fun. Considering crowd play didn't work that well with the first chapter, I'm just gonna turn it off unless anybody is really. Oh my god! Look, my fan green screening so you can see through. That's funny. I'm gonna check my kitchen really quick to see if Ratboy Genius is making an appearance. If he is, you'll hear me scream. If not, yeah. I'm hoping it's okay for the night until we get someone to come here, because I'm trying not to jinx anything. Like, dear Lord, can I just catch a break? How are we feeling? This game is actually really good. I'm actually really enjoying it right now, because I heard bad reviews about this game. But I'm actually really enjoying the story. I like that they added Amanda from Suicide Squad. That's a really good addition. I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it, actually. This is, I think, better than Borderlands. And I say that with a lot of heavy heart because Borderlands is my favorite video game series, but honestly, Borderlands 3 and Tales from the Borderlands were not very good additions to the series. Well, Tales was okay first time. Maybe replaying it is not very fun. Because I replayed it on stream. Hi, Ava. Happy to see you. How are you doing? If anybody's just joining, our first chapter was introducing us to the characters. We took down Riddler. Basically, that's all that really happened. There's not really a lot of story development. We're fighting Amanda Walker, and she's from Suicide Squad, and we're working with... There's actually a lot of story development. I don't know why I'm saying there's not. Oh, is that Bane? Ooh, is that Bane? I hope it's Bane. That's Bane. That's Bane down. Are you going to any drag nights coming up? I hope so. I'm hoping when Ego opens, I'm not saying anything, but I'm thinking, I've heard news that Ego is opening soon, so I'm hopefully gonna be there. I want to go to Boston. Definitely go to Boston because I've seen a lot of my friends hanging out there. And I've made more friends with Boston queens coming back home lately. Like, I've talked with Secret, Banks, you, Static, Briar. Like, I've talked to everybody over there. And I would love to just go there and, like, just, like, drink with y'all and have a good time and have a good drag night. That'd be fun. But I do have some things for Pride coming up. I just haven't really announced them because stuff hasn't opened around here. I know stuff's opening in Boston, but not in Rhode Island that much. But I am closer to Boston, so. Okay, let's start this because the chapters are long. You think that's Hugo? I don't think it is. We'll see. I'm trying to think of who else could. Maybe it's Nightwing. That'd be a gag. Or Killer Frost. Frost is a huge. I love Frost, actually.
A madman from Gotham's past.
Wait, no, not Killer Frost. Dr. Freeze. Sorry, Killer Frost,
though, is a serve. He drew me into his twisted game, striking at the things I hold most dear.
No, I agree with you, Ava, 100%.
Deadly traps. I emerged the victor. But the cost was too great. Lucius Fox is dead. Riddler is dead. And with him, the only lead I had to taking down the greatest danger Gotham has ever faced. And the person best equipped to help me...
It's Harley, Jacob.
...is a threat to my deepest secret.
It's me!
The Riddler was going to be my way in.
I can't even do a Harley voice. I wish I could.
But
Like,
now I have
Mr. J! Like, I can't.
a man who lives on
Margaret
both
Robbie does a great job,
sides
though.
of the line
Stan Margaret Robbie.
and knows exactly when to cross it. Yes, you and I will be working together very closely. Bruce Wayne. First thing you need to know.
Oh, she's caked up.
I can keep your secret. And despite what you did, going behind my back to Maury, I will continue to keep it. No reports, nothing. No one else needs to know. To deal with the present threat, though, I need both of you. The man inside and outside the mask. You have to understand, I'm not the enemy here.
No,
It
but
may
you're a
seem that way
bitch.
right now, but I'm not.
You don't have to tell me that. I know we're on the same side.
I'm glad to hear it. I thought you might be harder to convince.
Can you give Gordon his job
When
back?
Riddler's friends hear he's dead, they ain't gonna just carrying on. They might get sloppy.
So
They might
true,
want
Jacob.
revenge, or they might simply accelerate their
I mean, there's a
plan.
few exceptions. Like, I feel like with, like, my close
gonna
friends,
need
I can do
eyes
that, but...
everywhere in Gotham.
That's very, like, if you go to a drag
man
show and you're like,
Bruce Wayne,
hey!
with all his influence and
Government name?
resources, can go places Batman can't. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Your public persona could be a great help to us here.
Bruce Wayne is my cover. There's a reason I keep my identity a secret. The wrong person finds out, it's all over.
I hear you loud and clear. But it didn't stop Bruce Wayne from dealing with a thug like Maury. In public.
What was that?
Help!
Looks like the whole city's under attack. We've got a report of a raid on the Gotham PD arsenal. If those bastards get their hands on our weapons...
This is coordinated. It's Riddler's gang. It has to be.
I don't think it is.
We're gonna need Batman for this one.
Agreed.
Emergency services is already pushed to the limit.
Then we'll have to redeploy patrol officers to defend the arsenal.
Don't divert any men, Gordon. I can handle the arsenal call.
Thank you.
Yes, Arsenal Nikki.
Let's move, people. This is what we trained for.
There's been an attack in the financial district.
I used to live in the financial district. Wait. Used to. We're fine. Just doxing myself on the live. Harley, 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 Harley. She's not showing up yet. Oh my god, that's her! Dead bodies. I wish I had a compilation of how many times I've said dead bodies on stream, but I could never find that
Got what you came
in the
for.
VODs.
You don't need me.
Oh, you better hope that's not true.
Oh, kill his ugly ass. So sorry.
The boss will make a pretzel out of your neck.
I'd be the worst superhero. I'd be like, oh, you're ugly. You deserve it. That wouldn't make me a superhero.
I don't know. 10 or 12, maybe? The really big one. He made me give him the keys to the armored transport vehicles. I didn't want to, I swear.
It's okay. Get out of here. Now.
Thank you, Batman.
I can do a Wendy cosplay with this wig.
You about done?
I'm Wendy.
Yeah, just about.
All right. I'll make it one more round.
I would make a great supervillain. I should make merch of that. Me as a supervillain. That'd be hot. I don't know what I would make though. Like my OC. It would literally just be Harley Quinn. You don't want to catch the body? Is that Bane? Who is this? Who's this daddy?
Who are you? A nightmare. Much like yourself.
That's not Bane.
But you can call me Bane.
Oh, it is! Fuck yeah! Oh! Sorry, I didn't recognize the mask. This is early Bane, I guess.
A man cannot win a war alone.
I don't remember him, being, like, having an accent either. That's why I was confused. Because he doesn't, usually.
You fight well, but you fight alone. You will die alone.
I actually like this Bane a little better. The tattoos, ooh, they're doing something to me. Ooh, kick the shit out of Bane. Is he gonna break his back like he does in the comics? That'll be hot. Do it. Do it, Bane.
I can see why Riddler wanted to be the one to kill you.
Riddler is dead.
He's dead?
Riddler?
You should be worrying about yourself.
I promised my men a hell of a battle if ever I faced you. And I'd hate to disappoint them. Oh, I haven't faced a true warrior since I left Peña Duro prison. And there... You will pay for that.
Well, that'd be kind of redundant. You can use my ass. Sorry.
Save your strength, man.
Ooh, the cheetah print collar.
Mine.
Love that. Oh, this is where he turns to Bane. This is okay. Okay, I got you. Oh, sorry, that made my pussy throb. Oh.
I will give you a piece for death, if you take it.
Oh, yes! Gas station person! You better do it with the knife. I can't. Oh. This is a lot for the first day.
This pain you're feeling, Batman.
Oh, yes, he did it! Sorry, that's just me being a nerd. He did the backbreaker. Oh, my. Hey, Bane, call me. Me next, me next. Just playing. I was playing.
You all right, boss? Did you get him? There is nothing to fear, my friend. Keep your eyes open. Don't let anyone follow you to the warehouse.
Don't worry, we'll take the back way by the docks.
Safe travels.
That's it. True. Calling Daddy. Where is my mouse? Oh, okay.
Batman? Batman, what's wrong?
Jim, Help. Hang in there. Help is on the way.
Thanks, Jim. We're here live in this gas station. Sorry, that's a layered joke. That's Karen Don't Care with the beat on the street. It's a me and Onyx joke. I gotta clip that and send that to Onyx. Do you know the clip of the girl that goes ooh ah ah ooh ah ah ooh ah ah ooh ah ah? That's me and Onyx quote that all the time.
Batman!
It was like a meme like a
Say
couple
something,
years
you can hear
ago.
me.
It was like all over Twitter. I love Onyx. I can talk about Onyx all day. I'm happy I'm hopefully gonna see them again soon. Because I just was hanging out with them for a week.
Batman. Come on, help me.
And also me and Onyx just have like WWE,
Batman.
this,
We're gonna need
like
you to help us push
comics,
this thing
like we
off.
have the same interests. Also the photos me and Onyx are gonna have soon. Y'all are not gonna be able to take it. Like I'm so excited for them.
It's moving.
Also stream Onyx's singles on YouTube. Get them to 100 views, thousands views. Follow them on YouTube.
Come on.
Support my bestie and a Tessie.
The mechanic. Where is he?
Honestly, like I don't mean to be like Ginger Minge and Katja, but Onyx is probably my best friend. Like one of my best friends. Like I love them a lot.
Damn it. He saved my life.
Batman?
It's okay, Jim. I just need a minute.
I feel like that all the time when I talk about
Hear
them.
what the hell happened here?
Yes, you should watch it. It's on YouTube. I uploaded it. When I went to
himself
Onyx's, they said they watched the
Bane.
whole thing and they were like, this is
His men
iconic.
loaded the weapons onto the APCs. Said they were taking them to a warehouse.
And Onyx
near
was
the
even
docks.
like, I wanted to do a stream with you
need
before
to
you asked
find
me.
them.
And I was like,
Don't
oh.
worry. We'll catch the bastards.
It's just, no, I think it's
You
Young
better believe
Onyx.
the entire force
because
is
that's
motivated
their,
after what happened
what they're
tonight.
releasing music under.
These bastards declared war on our city.
Tell them to be careful, Jim. Don't let them take any unnecessary risks. These men are dangerous.
Montoya, update the APB
We were gonna film a
information
video when I
and
went there
remind
together,
all
but we
units to
both got
proceed with
so
extreme
high
caution.
that we couldn't.
Need anyone else playing hero tonight?
Yes, sir.
It would have been great though. But if I can get them here anytime soon, I would love to do a video with them.
Thanks for
I need
sticking
Steel
your neck
here.
out and
Steel.
calling
Everybody
me
yell
this.
at Steel to come to my house.
I need all the juice I can get.
My
now that we
house
live
when
in
there's not a rat in
Waller's
my kitchen.
Gotham. We're going to have to stick together if we're going to weather her storm. You and me, we're nothing like her. We're men of principle, who still believe in the letter of the law.
I will always have your back, Jim.
Thanks, Batman.
I don't know why the name
You don't
Jim
know how
sounds
good
mean.
it is to hear that.
Jimbo.
Thanks again for keeping me in the loop.
I forgot Jimbo.
It means a lot.
Right on time. I'll get to the Batcave. See if I can make some sense of what happened tonight.
Is it really? I think you've told
So,
me.
what did I miss?
No, I was at the scene of a heist at the Gotham brokerage house when Batman called me here.
What were they after?
We're still getting a full account. Once the dust settles, I'll send you everything we've got. Detective Bullock's writing up a full report. I'll have him send you a copy.
I feel like Batman just gets in a coffin and he's
Officers
like,
are ready for your deployment orders.
I'm good. I'm alright right
I've
here.
gotta get going.
Jim Burley.
Vesta. How is she?
Still in the hospital. Doctors say the hearing damage could be permanent. Damn it, it should have been me. I failed her.
I'll do that later, Red. Yeah, I will.
I put her in danger. It's my fault.
The blame for what happened to Vesta rests with Riddler, not you.
Jamantha.
That's nice of you to say. Look, I owe you one for saving my life back there. So I gotta warn you. Waller flipped when she heard you called Gordon instead of her. You really should stay on Waller's good side for as long as you can.
But he's my bestie.
For
I had to call
everyone's sake.
Jim.
I'll tell Avesta you asked about her.
Who would have you called? I wouldn't call the girl that doesn't like me. Well, she likes me, but I would have called my bestie.
Alfred, prep the med bay. We're going to need it.
Oh, can I see you strip down, sir? I'm sorry, that is just gross of me. I can't. Just like, I love comic book characters, like, and I grew up on Batman, so I'm like, yeah. And video game characters. I feel like video game characters are different. Like, I think I thirst over fictional characters and video game characters more than I do real life people, like anime characters and stuff.
I'm fine. Really.
You are not fine, Bruce.
Oh.
None of this is fine. You were nearly killed tonight. Those minutes of silence, waiting for you to respond, they were the worst of my life.
I love Alfred.
I didn't know if you were alive or dead, or if I would ever see you again.
I'm so sorry to put you through that, Al.
You'll just do it again tomorrow? We already lost Lucius. I couldn't bear losing you, too. We could talk about all this later. Come on now. Let's get you patched up.
Yes, Batman is fine in this game, and he had sex in the last game, and we saw him naked. It was good, girl. Oh!
As if he wasn't bad enough.
Ooh!
Director Waller knows your identity. That information in her hands?
Waller isn't the one we need to worry about. Bane is still on the loose, with enough guns to arm a small militia.
Not my green screen movie.
I understand. The man died for you tonight, Bruce. Tried to save you from that monstrosity.
Don't look at me.
Too many.
Oh, the fan just blew up my skirt. Oh, hey.
The cost of this war, it just continues to rise.
Oh my god. I can't answer. I don't know what to say.
I need your strength right now.
Of course. Sorry for not being my resolute self. We've never gone up against anyone able to cause you so much harm.
Waller was right about one thing. Riddler was just a small part of a larger threat. Let's begin with the dart I pulled from his neck.
Did y'all see what I saw?
I'm good, thanks, Al. Huh. Still some toxin left in here.
What kind of toxin?
Something new. There's a whole series of
Oh!
psychoactive
I would turn around,
agents,
but I don't want you to see the back of this
drugs
wig.
that are lethal when combined.
Who could have come up with such a concoction?
I don't even know what's happening.
And did the same person pull the
Oh, it's
trigger?
hot.
Bane's attack was one of 3.
They did this on purpose.
All at the same time.
Let's bring him up. Get an assessment of the damage.
Me when he's in
Labs,
severe pain and I'm
genetic
like,
research
hey, I can
facility.
make it better. Like,
Where do we even start with this?
because like,
I have no idea.
Authorities can't determine what was even stolen until all of that melts.
hi Toshiki doll, how are you doing?
Some completely encased in ice.
Was their dick? No.
Others were frozen solid.
I think it was just ass.
Some of their limbs
But it was like a hot
shattered
makeout
flat.
session and then it like cut. But they were like he was in his boxers the next day. It was good. It was good.
Waller's intel shows that the thieves made off with numerous pieces of equipment used in the storage and transportation of biological material.
This is biological stasis.
No IDs on any suspects, though. Security cameras frozen. All witnesses dead. Gotham brokerage. 10 million in diamonds stolen. Some safety deposit boxes emptied. Contents.
We got a
unknown.
shirtless mod for him.
Over
See,
a
I
dozen
was gonna
dead.
play. I was saying this earlier. I was gonna play Resident Evil 3
Mostly
again
by
with
gunshot, though
mods,
some
but they
victims
took away the person that created shirtless Carlos deleted the mod, so you can't get it anymore. Tragic, really. Harley.
Witnesses placed
She doesn't look
Harley
good,
Quinzel at the
but-
scene, dressed up as a clown and wielding a mallet.
Clown?
Don't ask me.
Riddler's friends are
You just call
as
Harley a
insane
clown,
and gruesome as
Alfred.
he was. Perhaps even more.
Yeah,
Those
she doesn't look
same
good in this game.
witnesses say that she acted alone. All that carnage. All by herself.
You know what I want to see in video games more going forward? I want to see... I know they're starting to do it with, like, not identifying, like, body types with gender, like male or female. They're just doing body types, like, certain XYZ. But I would love to see, like, cross... Like, that male characters have more feminine outfits. Like, they can wear more, like that the outfits you can wear for everybody. I don't know why that's not a thing already, but like I know a lot of games are locked like girls have one armor and then boys have another armor. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's never like, and they're always like different. I know like Monster Hunter does it. I know WWE does it. I know GTA does it. Like, just let them like, you know, like wear the same outfits, you know? But also I'd love to see like men in more like feminine attire, like, yeah, like unisex. Like universal armor sets. Oh, Poopy Poison. My favorite on, I'm not sure if this is a right or wrong answer, but Poopy Poison, I'm Team Poopy. I'm Team Poopy, baby. Can I get out of this chair?
Guns, money, biotech. What are they planning?
We won't know until we get to Bane.
I don't mean to cause offense, but you're in no shape to beat the information out of that monster.
Did anybody watch Drag Race España episode 2? Did anybody else see Sagittarius?
We've already seen how formidable Bane is on his own.
It was really shocking they showed that. I was like, you didn't want to blur that out? That was so hateful.
There must be another way. I know you told Waller you were reluctant to risk Bruce Wayne's
shady editors.
But I'm more worried about the risk to Batman.
They're nuts.
Like
they tucked, but they were out. Like you could see them. Like fully see. Like you could almost see.
He alluded to the fact that John Doe was one of them.
Like they zoomed in on it. Like they went.
John can get you close to the others.
In HD.
He really wants you to meet them.
It was crazy.
John Doe might be your best chance of getting inside, finding out what they're up to.
You're right. John's my ticket in. If I play my cards right,
oh, I would have been done.
John might tell me most of what I want.
Don't zoom in on that. But also, I feel like I don't know how they would have done that because what they were wearing wasn't like
feel about all this.
anything that really covered it. So I don't think they could have avoided it.
Dangerous approaching Bane and his people this way. They'll be suspicious of anyone who isn't a proven criminal. You'll have to give the performance of a lifetime to pull the wool over their eyes.
Don't worry, Alfred. I'm not planning to stick around for long. Just enough for me to figure out the plan.
Yeah, that, Ava, very that. That.
I'll improvise.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like, I want to see, like,
If
women, like, more...
accept his offer.
I don't know. Like, it's just, like, I feel like it's very, like, this and that. Like, why can't we just have them all... Yes. Because very, like, right now, like, out of drag, I'm very, like, I love confusing people IRL. Like, I like, wear booty shorts and then, like, this shirt that's, like, a band t-shirt. And then my hair is, like, almost, like, kind of long. So... I love just tricking people, like, androgynous, like...
The stack deck.
Messing
That's
with the
where it
gender
is.
line.
I
And people are
suppose you
plucked.
couldn't wait an hour or two.
The straights are
while you
plucked.
Rest.
Not a chance.
Oh yeah, they are. Hi, Melanie. Oh, yes, Bar.
Batman? I'll tell you about Batman. He's no hero.
Well, who are you?
The way I see it.
The Joker with no makeup
bunch
on,
of
no
hired
beat,
muscle
no
for
lash on
rich
the Joker,
guys.
no lip.
Guys like Bruce Wayne.
I see. Willie, tell Bruce Wayne.
You don't want to contour that
how
nose, Joker?
makes you feel.
The doll? Help.
No, Willie, he's on your right.
I just want a screenshot of the doll
Feels like
just
crap,
sitting there.
Preach! You're just a huge
Colossal, gigantic, spoiled piece of sh...
Oh.
Oh, I mean,
Go on. Finish what you were gonna say.
Oh,
I was
plot.
gonna say you're a coward who lets other people do his dirty work. But you get away with it all. Nothing bad ever happens to Bruce Wayne.
And besides,
I was gonna say, Jewel, you can private them, but then I've heard that if you private them, they can still give you a strike.
Don't mind Willie. We're just messing with you. You look like you could use a drink.
Oh, I could. I could use one after today.
Hey, John.
Does that say John Cena? Oh, it doesn't.
Bottles under my chair, Willie.
You can just start uploading them to YouTube, though. Like, VOD replay. Well, I don't know if that would help with the music. Never mind.
Run a therapy circle here every second Sunday.
Yes, therapy circle!
These people need the expertise that I learned in Arkham.
Nothing really. Oh. Plucked.
So... rude know-it-all really got what was coming to him.
Authorities are refusing to comment on the death of the mysterious criminal known as Riddler.
Who am I? Who am I?
say
You're a
it one
rotting,
murder,
stinking corpse. That's who you are.
He's got good teeth.
John, did you have anything to do with the Riddler's death?
Hated the guy, but geez, Bruce, you really think I'd be capable?
Can I say something
of
controversial yet
cold-blooded
brave?
murder? After everything you know about me, you really think I'd do that?
No, of course not. I mean, I know you hated him, but...
I don't know, something
you
about
killer.
this Joker
What was I thinking?
is kind of hot. Just a little bit. Like I think he's like a quirky man.
done.
Like he would take you to like a bowling alley for the first date. I would love that. I would love
surprised
that.
to see
He needs a little more
Bruce.
makeup on though. Maybe go
Guessing
maybe like
this is
tan a
about
little
that
bit.
favor
Just a little
I
bit.
asked.
I can't say anything because I'm super pale, but
Look, before we get into that, I need to come clean. Riddler was more connected to my
no, it is.
friends
But like
than I
him, like
let on
with no makeup. This is like him before he goes crazy.
Really?
Yeah, he was kind
This is him
of
like fresh out of prison. Oh, prison, honey.
so bad at it and so intolerably
I feel
annoying.
I feel like he would go to the bowling alley and he'd be one of the people not to wash his hands after he put his fingers in the bowling ball and then he's gonna eat his food after. He'd be like, that tastes good. What's that flavor? And it's like in the inside of the bowling ball. He's a quirky dude.
No secrets between us. Ever again. You have my word. I pinky swear.
Pinky swear.
Friends.
They're gay. Gay. Pride Month.
All right, let's go meet the guys.
Oh, she was
Let 'em
that.
know we're on our way.
Said these gay people. I almost said the naughty word. Oh!
I'm out of medicine. I don't like it.
What drink are we on? 3, 4? Do you want to go outside for a minute? Maybe slow down water, maybe? I have this great new drink. It looks like alcohol, but it tastes exactly like water. You might want to try it, sir.
Okay, fine. You're right. I'll leave him be.
Go away, Willie.
What are you? Screw you! Nobody disrespects me! No one's making a fool out of Willie!
Easy, Willie. I can give you money if you just leave John alone.
Bribe? I can't be bought off that easy, Wayne.
Just take the drink, girl. It's... ugh.
You really don't want to do this. Think about your future.
I don't have a future.
You don't have to tell me that. Oh!
Perfect.
World star. Smack cam.
lovely violence.
I don't know if that's exactly what I wanted to do.
Lily had a problem, and we took care of it.
But,
Is
he was
dead?
I said we took care of it.
I mean...
All right, freak show. I'm calling the...
Come on.
I don't want to be rude, but he literally pulled a knife on me. Like, is that not... That's self-defense. I would do the same shit. I mean, probably not the same manner. I'd be like, oh, get off me. Oh.
Cool. But they're expecting you. Bruce, wow. One more thing. You can't tell anyone this.
I'm gay. He's gonna say he's gay.
This is big. Huge.
He's gonna tell us he's gay. He's gonna do it during Pride Month.
I think I'm in love. It's an odd feeling. At first, I thought I had some kind of disease.
He's gay.
I am so happy, John. You deserve the best.
Yeah, I'd blush if I could.
Yes, Joker. Yes, you better get into. Yes,
So
Joker.
mysterious.
Yes,
At least gotta tell me your
LGBTQIA
name.
love wins. Happy
She'll
Pride.
introduce herself, but if you could please help me look good in front of her, I'd appreciate it. Come on. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
I mean, I know who it is, but I was hoping he would be like, oh, I like you. Ooh. Yes, Harley. Come on, Harley. You better make an entrance.
Almost got it. God damn it. I thought I had
It's okay. We can clip that and pretend he's gay. And we can post it somewhere.
This, will you? I'm pretty sure this is how you get this thing started. Come on, come on, come on.
John, really? You stole this car?
I know it's kind of falling apart, but it was the only thing available, you know? Besides, the newer models, they don't start so easy without a key. There we go.
Don't turn around. All right, Wayne. You got my attention. Give me one good reason why I don't redecorate the windshield with your noodle. I bet a smart guy like you has some real pretty brains. Real bright.
Well, if you know who I am, then you probably know I'm more useful alive.
That makes sense. Sense is so boring, though.
What about money, power, and influence? They bore you too?
No. Those are fun. I'm just joshing you, rich boy. See?
Why did they put Harley in a bob? This Karen Bob dip dyed with Kool-Aid, and then the other side with chocolate. Like, what did the Karen Bob on Harley Barley?
Bruce, this is the lady
She does
I
look
was
rough,
telling you about.
but I mean, her outfit's a serve, and the voice is
Isn't
good.
she a hoot? I knew you guys would hit it off.
Sure. I can see the funny side.
See, I told you. Bruce is a good sport.
I mean, to be fair, this is her, like, just getting out of prison.
Chomping at the bit to meet us. I want to get an idea why.
So, like...
What do you get out of rubbing shoulders with the likes of us?
Well, when you have as much money as I do, you get...
This is, like, when she actually was working as, like, a doctor, so her hair was shorter.
Excitement, huh?
And this is, like, right
Mr.
out of...
Silver Spoon needs
when they
some
escaped out
neutrals.
of asylum.
Should have seen the way he took care of business with the guy in the bar, though, Harley. He's a force to be reckoned with.
Do us a favor, Pud. Skip over to that bodega and get me a slushie.
Right now?
Sorry.
Need a buck?
I got it.
Okay, kind of stan. I love her voice in this game.
Poor John. He just doesn't know who he is yet. You know, he's searching. Highly impressionable. He thinks the world of you. So I asks myself, what's Bruce Wayne want with a lost soul like John? It's kind of a mismatch. Raises all kinds of questions.
John and I went through a lot in Arkham. He's a friend.
Oh, ain't that cute? You're sweet on little old puddin'. Here's the thing, lover boy. Guys like him.
Listen,
don't
it's
have
better
friends like
than
you.
her attire in Injustice 1. Google Harley Quinn Injustice 1. She looked the
You got
worst
that
there.
look in your eye,
This
the
is
kind that
second to
says you're
that.
trouble.
It's not great,
And I only
but
like
it's not
trouble
bad.
when
I think it's
Anne's
just the hair and the
causing it.
makeup.
You got a good reason why I should trust you?
If she was in a smoky eye, it would be kind of a serve.
After all, you're a squeaky clean favored son of Gotham. How am I supposed to believe you won't run to the cops the first chance you get?
You shouldn't. You can't trust anyone. Not in our line of work.
Ain't that the truth? You're not what I expected. Still, you gotta show me you got what it takes to be part of
Yeah,
our...
it's bad, isn't it, Ava? It's really bad.
Oh, gee, thanks, bud.
We gotta go.
I kind of... no, the way she tucked it behind her ear, no. Good night, Mia.
What were you guys talking
Injustice
about?
1, Harley Quinn.
Your friend was just saying how much he liked you, bud. Got a little man crush on ya. Ain't that right, Brucey? Ain't that the gist of it?
It's the truth.
You just made my day, Bruce. I
Oh,
want
they're
you to
gay.
know the feeling's mutual.
Oh, but you think this is bad? Injustice 1 Harley is the worst she's ever looked. Oh, she's loving this slushie.
God, that is the best damn slushie ever. Suck on that.
Oh.
I swear, it'll make your whole body shiver. Come on, put your lips on it.
Mm-hmm.
I told ya.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I told you I'm gay for you.
Okay, here's what's going to happen now, Mr.
Got my
Moneybag.
nose. I need like a tissue or something.
You're gonna go get Mama a little present. From inside there.
I use this receipt.
Wayne Enterprises.
A little bird told me there's some pretty fancy hacking tech up there. Something called a phalanx key.
Good night, safety.
Get it for me? I'll know you're on the level. Maybe I'll even bring you along on our next
Yeah,
job.
she does. It's canon that
You'll get all the
Harley and
thrills
Ivy
you
are
ever
currently
dreamed
dating because Harley Quinn
What do you want?
obviously breaks up with the Joker, but then Ivy
Why wouldn't I want
makes her a
it?
garden.
I hear this thing
in one of
opens
the new
half
comics.
the security systems in Gotham. And it's just sitting there, hidden in your lab, waiting for someone to put it to use.
Hi, Ray.
What's the matter? You better not try nothing fishy. I don't want to have to
Something
splatter
what?
that pretty face.
It's okay, Harley. Bruce and I already talked. He'll do whatever you want.
Is that right? Will you do whatever I want? Will you jump when I say jump? Will you bring me the shiny things I ask for?
You don't have to worry. I promise. I'll take care of it.
So glad to hear it. Maybe you are my kind of guy.
Well, then, let's get moving. No time like the present.
Sorry. I'm like not trying to pick my nose when my nose is really itchy. Sorry.
You're on, Brucey boy. Make yourself useful and get me that phalanx key. And hurry. Mama really wants to get herself some tacos when you're done.
Got this, Bruce.
I mean, I'm not mad at it. I just think the makeup is bad. I wouldn't mind short hair Harley. I actually don't mind it. I wish the makeup was better. Like if she was in like, if her face was like structured, like kind of like more like Harley Quinn, and like she had a smoky, like I don't mind the diamonds either, but if she had smoky eye and lashes, bottom lashes, like white liner, maybe I'm just like a drag queen and I'm like, I think the diamonds are just rough.
Mr. Wayne. Yeah, if you could please sign in on account of the attack.
Wait, why is this gonna be so hard? We can easily do it. What do you mean?
So,
we
what
work here.
brings you in? If you don't mind me asking. Is everything okay?
Well, no rest for the weary.
Or for the wicked. You're all set, sir.
Oh, ain't no rest for the wicked. That was the theme song of Borderlands. Was that an Easter egg? I would love to play Borderlands on stream. Borderlands is one of my favorite games, but I don't think it would really work with how streaming works because, like, FPSs don't really work very well on stream because of all the movement. I just love Borderlands. It's like my favorite game ever. What was that?
You really ought to rethink your hiring practices, Bruce. Your man's lying down on the job.
What did you do to him? Is he still alive?
Don't worry. A little bump on the head never killed anyone.
I thought we were literally just... I thought I was gonna get it.
Going up, Brucey. You do know how...
Oof.
You know, I might have pegged you wrong. Good boy. As long as you keep up this good behavior. Give me a hard time, I might have to go back and finish the job.
She what?
Yeah, he wasn't a very good guard anyway. I mean, isn't he supposed to keep people out? Maybe getting knocked out will teach him a lesson.
Don't do that again.
How cute. He thinks he's the one giving the orders. Listen, sugar. Don't ever tell me what I can and can't do.
Bruce is a real man of substance, Harley. It's in his blood.
Thought you were gonna wait in the car.
Yeah, it's
Harley
gray.
figured you'd want some company.
Didn't want you to have
I do
to
love
do
the
this
outfit,
all
though.
by your lonesome. You don't have a problem with that, do you, Mr. Moneybags?
You need to go back to the car. Now.
Not happening, sweetheart. You wanted to roll with the cool kids. Well, we're rolling.
Hey, you got red
have to say,
extensions.
Bruce, it's exhilarating to walk these hallowed halls with you. This is where the wheeling and dealing happens. The power plays, the boardroom scuffles. I can feel all that toxic energy in the walls. You think I could run a place like this one day?
Maybe.
You, Bruce? I think I'd get quite a kick out of being CEO.
If you keep your head down, work really hard, yeah, why not?
Oh yeah, you worked real hard. You had a rich pops who stole everything not nailed down.
Oh, come on, Harley. Bruce's father worked really hard at taking other people's money. You gotta give him credit for that.
Locked.
Hey, pull it together, Puds. Oh, that slushy you drink has got you.
Oh, Bruce, well, I'm surprised to see you. And these are...
Dear God.
To whom do I owe the pleasure?
They're fashion consultants. I figured it's time I try out a new look.
Not just Bruce. We're gonna revamp this whole place. Dress everyone in snazzy uniforms.
Oh, well, no one ran this by me.
Just think, you could come into work on Monday dressed just like me.
I'd be like, oh, okay, give me that suit. I love a green suit.
Is this some kind of joke?
Oh.
Do I look funny to you?
Oh. Uh-oh.
Like I'm some kind of punchline or something?
Excuse me?
Oh.
You gonna let your employees sass me like that? Is this the kind of operation you run here?
Leave her alone.
I ain't even gotten started.
I said back off.
Harley, you're being...
Your friends don't suit you, Bruce.
Oh.
You got a firm grip, Mr. Corporation. The kind that makes a girl go weak at the knees.
Uh-oh.
Wanna show me what else you can do with those hands? We could carve out some alone time. Just you and little old me.
Let's just stay focused on the task at hand, shall we?
Bruce is right. We are people with purpose. We're here to get the phalanx.
Shut your pie hole, will you, John? You gotta learn to live in the moments.
Her walking to the back of the elevator like, oh! Oh, she's planked!
Wait here, I'll be right back with
Forget it, Brucey boy. Your secret lab ain't really a secret. Cobblepot's got quite a mouth on him. I don't think he ever shut it the whole time I was working at Blackgate Prison. He told me all sorts of interesting stuff. Say, do you like chess? Work your magic. Tick-tock. What's the holdup?
I don't know if that's appropriate. But...
Tight squeeze.
You know, I think you two are the closest friends I've ever had.
You're the closest friends I've ever had in this tiny elevator. What was that?
I present to you our secret lab.
Lucius, you have seriously outdone yourself this time.
Oh, it's a flashback.
Glad you like it.
Like it?
Rest in peace.
This changes everything.
Thank you, Melanie.
It was getting a bit dodgy hiding all those batarangs in the Wayne Enterprise R&D wing.
Thank you, Lucius.
Come on. Now
I can't
the
believe they
real
killed him
work
that
starts.
early. I mean, this is a sequel, but like, really sad.
Somehow I was expecting more.
Where's the giant crater?
Me too.
I thought this was where your friends...
Although I did think it was funny that a lot of them are redoing their entrances.
That was
I don't like when they
his
redo
office
entrances. It's your
upstairs.
entrance, you know?
Better question. Where's the phalanx key?
It should be in the vault.
I think Jan and
Well,
Scarlet
what you waiting
redo
for,
their
sweetie?
entrances.
Go get it.
Which is like, okay for Scarlet, because like, their entrance was kind of rough, but like Jan, I thought it was interesting.
Lock protocol vault thumbprint required Lucius Fox. That's
Well,
not
how are we
right.
gonna get that?
Why the lockout? Someone's been in here.
What's taking so long, Bruce?
It's
I
saying
am
it
watching
won't
Down
open
Under,
without Lucius's
not really
thumbprint.
enjoying it. Definitely liking Drag Race
Blown up
Spain
with the rest of him, didn't it?
a lot more. Or España, sorry.
All the dumb luck.
Wasn't it called Drag Race Spain?
You
I thought
saying
it
we
was
can't
called
get it
that.
open then? Harley's not going to like that at all. Or you.
Let me try to find latent prints around here with my scanner.
Always thinking, this guy.
Dinner to celebrate Tiffany's first day at Wayne Enterprises. Sorry you didn't make it there, Lucius.
I'm just sad because my favorites went home
I
like
remember when Tiffany brought that back
first
from our class.
on Down Under. And I think everybody's just not very happy with Down Under right now, so.
Just a bunch of old reports. Need to remember to clean out some of this junk. Not a single usable print.
Yeah, Marshall, it's not really doing y'all well. Are you okay, Bruce? What's going on?
Okay, still unconscious. Hope he's not hurt too badly.
My mustache is coming out.
All right, that's a start. Getting there.
Yeah. 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 I like that Harley hasn't questioned anything. She's like, yeah, just do your thing. I think she's next chapter, Romeo.
One more partial print should do it.
Get out of here.
Now that's a shiny piece of metal. What's it do?
I'm not even sure if it works.
It's an EMP generator, Puddin'. Tell him what it does.
It emits a pulse that knocks out other nearby electronic devices.
Who wouldn't want to try that?
Nope. Not encouraging.
Y'all, I'm getting there, please. I'm not trying to be rude, but I do have no backseating in my description. I'm begging.
You're sure taking your sweet time.
I'll ask when I need help. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Hi, Alpha.
There we go. Okay, this'll work.
Oh, the smell of this mask. Oh. My nose right now, I can't. Oh, I do like Electra. I just wish, like, you know.
Even now, still
my thing was on. No one commented on the makeover that their tights weren't the same color as their face.
Anything.
I touch what I want when I want, Brucey boy. You knew what's best for you. You'd quit giving orders and find me that key.
I think it'll get to that, Romeo, because this is the second episode and he goes crazy. But like, yeah, it's a little unnerving to see him without like any makeup on, and it's weird. Like, you're like, he doesn't have makeup on. It's weird. Oh,
Tiffany.
I told you I'd find out what you got my dad mixed up in.
Not a gun.
This is much worse than I thought.
You're not safe here. You have to hide.
What the hell are you doing with a secret room full of weapons? What's going on here, Bruce?
Oh no.
What's all this for?
You gotta believe me, Tiffany. This is not what it looks like.
Oh, really? A man who hates guns doesn't produce them in secret. I came looking for answers, but I didn't expect this. You're in much deeper than I thought.
Tiff, please.
These people you're with. I saw on the cameras what they did to that guard. To Regina.
They'll do the same to you, or worse. Get out of sight.
Bruce, what's taking so long in here, huh? Hey, I know you. We met at your father's funeral.
No.
Okay, Bruce, no need to get physical. I get it. We'll be as quiet as lab rats. But what about Harley? I mean, she's gonna want to know about your, friend here. What am I supposed to tell her?
Just act natural.
Natural?
Yes, natural. Acting normal, like there's nothing wrong.
I can't.
He's a social construct, Bruce. It's a way of exerting control over the other.
He means keep your mouth shut.
Tiffany, put the gun down!
I don't like lying to Harley, but I'll do it for you, Bruce.
Yeah, because we're gay.
What I really need is the phalanx key. You give me that, I can go out there and, you know, make Harley happy.
You can have the key. Just leave Tiffany out of it, okay?
You mean this thing?
Tiffany, give it to him.
That's it?
You've got to be kidding, Bruce. You can't give these psychos anything from this lab.
Hey,
I know.
No need to get personal. We're all on the same side, remember?
Please, Tiffany. I've been honest with you every step of the way. Now I need you to trust me. Please.
It's a little too late for that.
Tim!
Oh, well.
Tiffany!
No! Oh my god.
Well, how about that? Looks like Brucey Boy's got more than just technology in his vault. Keeps his little squeezes down here, too.
Just let her go, Harley.
I don't think I will.
No, you will.
Not without knowing who this vicious little sweetie pie is. I kinda like her, but I don't know whether to smooch her or smash her head in. You gonna tell me who she is to you?
We grew up together. You could say she's family.
You're no family of mine.
Oof, Bruce. Your friend seems a little hot under the collar.
She certainly has your fire, Bruce. Or should I say, your spark.
You people killed my dad, didn't you? He
No.
crashed my father's funeral. And now you're here raiding his lab.
I whacked a bunch of people in my time, Sugar, but I don't think your old man's on my list. Then again, I sometimes lose track of the names.
I can't believe you'd associate with these maniacs!
We are trying to save you, Miss Tiff!
Oh, sweetheart. Mr. Suit and Tie ain't just an associate. He's a bad, bad man. He wants to be one of us. Ain't that right, Brucey?
No.
Came to us because you got bored of being a billionaire.
I'm nothing like you, Harley. I'm not a murderer.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
What are you gonna do? I wish you would.
At all. Let her go. It wasn't about her. It was about seeing where he stands.
Go easy on him, Harley. Bruce is loyal. He got us the key. He found it in the vault. Right on the counter.
Is that a fact? Maybe we don't need to kill ya. At least not yet. It don't look like nothing special.
You've got what you wanted. Now let's just get out of here.
Load that thing up too, John. I need it. Hurry it up.
I don't know why she's so plucked. We're just helping her. Like, she just wants to be violent, and I'm like, girl, you're in, like, public. Like, the cops could be called. Oh, no.
Bruce! Are you all right?
I'm fine, Alfred.
I was keeping an eye on you over the security feed.
Well, breaking into my own company was unexpected.
My heart stopped when I saw that mad woman coming at Tiffany. I was certain she was going to kill her. That young woman is smarter than both of us, Bruce. It's only a matter of time before she puts the rest of the pieces together. You know what she's like. She won't stop digging until she gets to the truth. Maybe we should just tell her.
I've always regretted not being more honest with you about your father's life. Don't make the same mistake I did. You're right. I'll be as honest with Tiffany as I can.
Very good. With regards to tonight's other catastrophes, your night watchman got a nasty lump on the head, but don't worry, he'll be fine. I've already arranged for him to get a generous payout and an extended vacation.
Oh, okay.
And replaced tonight's offending security camera feed with dummy footage.
Yeah, thank you.
As for Regina, I'm afraid your fashion consultant's cover story is going to cause more problems. Your encounter there was too bizarre to be ignored.
Oh, God.
After what went on, it'll be a challenge to smooth things over with her.
I tried. I did.
It's all coming so fast. One thing after another.
You're always so good at this, Alfred. You'll figure out the right thing.
Yes, I suppose I will. Bruce, I know we agreed there was no better way to get to Bane, but this whole adventure with John and Harley, well, frankly, it's exhausting. Well, be careful, and good luck.
Oh.
Those things will kill you. Consider quitting.
You sound like my daughter. Here, you're welcome. It's information on Harleen Quinzel from sealed records we dug up at the coroner's office.
Harleen Quinzel's father committed suicide after decades of struggling with mental illness.
Yeah, tough story. Quinzel was a devoted, successful doctor.
But she couldn't save him. Must have been hard on her. The trauma of her father's death caused her breakdown. Turned her into the monster she is today.
Now, I know what she's done, but I can't help but feel a little sorry for her. It's gotta be rough on a person, going through all that.
Save your sympathy for her victims, Jim. The woman is a menace.
Gordon, you're dismissed.
This is still my goddamn station house.
He's forgetting I'm the one who can make or break his career right now.
You only remind me every other minute.
Clearly, I need a better method of getting the message across.
You're both behaving like children.
Watch your tone, Batman.
You are being
what?
petty.
You'll put him on timeout?
And you are being petty too, sir. Stop it.
Push me.
You're not gonna
She's
get.
got some kind of leverage on you, doesn't she?
Well, yes.
If she's jammed you up somehow, just say the word. I'll appeal to the mayor, the governor, whatever it takes to get her off your back.
I'll do whatever I can to help you.
Jim, listen to me. I need you to let me handle this.
I've still got your back, no matter what.
I love him. I love Gordon.
I don't want to hear it.
Oh.
Just supposed to come to Gotham, put the chains on Riddler and his gang, and get the hell out. I'm just saying, this city gets under your skin. Fast. Know what I mean? Best laid plans and all that.
You didn't choose this profession because it's easy. You do the job, or you don't.
You're absolutely right. I guess you locals see it differently.
Not locals.
Agent of Esther. She fought to get on this assignment, you know? Wanted to see her old neighborhood. Wanted to see you. Her hometown hero. She wanted to impress you. She admires what you do for the people of this city. Your respect is important to her.
Her enthusiasm almost got her killed.
It didn't, though. Because of you. That's the part you need to focus on. So, Wayne Enterprises. Heard you made some new friends.
You're having me followed.
Thanks to you, these very bad people have an EMP and a key that'll open every lock I would want to keep bolted shut. They're clearly planning something. The stakes are too high to leave anything to chance. You know, I actually considered asking you to infiltrate Riddler's gang. Before everything blew up, I knew I could count on you to get me close to them. Close to Bane. You're good at this. Seems like you've already won Harley Quinn's trust.
A vote of confidence. I'm touched, Waller.
Credit where credit's due. Get them away from their base of operations. Somewhere they'll be exposed. When they're all together, out in the open, contact me. I'll be standing by, ready to ambush. We'll take them down when they're at their most vulnerable. Sound good? They'll never know what hit them.
If we do this, I want to guarantee that no one gets killed. No one dies.
No one has to join murder gangs run by maniacs either. Look, I know your code against killing, but I won't risk my agent's safety for bad sociopaths.
Oh, the green screen is showing?
Batman.
Oh, thank you, Red.
If it gets bad for you,
don't look up my
just
skirt.
remember, we're out here. When you're in deep like this,
It's probably because I backed up my chair. I backed up this dumpy
let's
into
say
my green
everything goes
screen.
pear-shaped, and you get stuck in there longer than you'd like. Then what's right, what's wrong, it all gets blurry. And guess what? That's okay. Because you're going to have to do some blurry things that you are not proud of.
Blurred lines!
You hear me?
I know you won't.
That's just how these kinds of operations go down.
You'd be a lot happier if you weren't always expecting the worst, Waller.
I'd be out of a job if I didn't. When you're wrong, and it'll happen, you'll finally realize I'm just better.
I love this vibe we're having tonight, but I just realized that like tonight I have to like stress that there's gonna be a rat in my kitchen and like I don't know, like oh god. I just hate something sometimes.
Al, I'm in.
I'm stressed. I'm
Don't
stressed.
stay embedded any longer than necessary.
I'll be in and out, Alfred. Just long enough to figure out their plans.
Good luck, Bruce. Stay safe.
And it's not like my kitchen's dirty either. Like I'm so clean. I'm so mad.
All right. Here we go.
Is he undercover? Oh my god. I don't even recognize him.
Hey now! Welcome to our little hideaway and home away from home, the end of the line. We're happy to have you.
Thanks, John.
It has been raining, yeah.
Kill him after you got what you needed.
So what? Ain't a girl allowed to change her mind?
Could someone get me out of these handcuffs, please?
Tell me why I shouldn't kill you.
John, a little help here?
A real man would not need help. He would help himself.
Look, it's not like that.
Oh, I just love facial hair. If you have facial hair, ooh.
Why wouldn't I help him?
Facial hair just does something else.
Pals.
I bring us back the transport and the arms we require. You bring back a worthless aristocrat. We don't need his money. We have what we need to finish this. Thanks to me.
He ain't worthless, you overgrown bicep. He already got us an EMP device and the phalanx key. I'll betcha I can find a use for him.
I do not care how much these two swoon over you, Wayne. We don't want you here, and we don't need you here. Whoopsie. What the hell?
John! Turn it off!
Turn it off! Now!
Can you do something about this?
It's Freeze.
Freeze is coming. What have you done?
Oh, Freeze. It is Freeze. I knew it was Freeze. Oh.
You need to uncuff me.
Don't screw this up.
You fool!
I can turn it off.
Make it stop, or I will seal you both in ice!
Okay.
I swear, if you don't get that electricity back on immediately, I'll send you to a frozen hell.
I'm going. I do love Freeze. Like, I love Freeze's, like, story about his wife and stuff. I like how they dived into it in Arkham. Oh, sorry.
Well, at least we know.
I do
that
like
it
Killer
works.
Frost more, though. Killer Frost is a baddie. Her mohawk. Oh, so cool.
I must check on Nora. See how she is.
You may have impressed these two, but I haven't made up my mind about crushing your skull.
Yes, same. Me too, Romeo.
Everyone back to work.
I was gonna play Arkham Knight and
Still
just
a lot
play
to
like the
get
side
done.
stories,
Who
but
put you in charge?
I've never played this before, so
Somebody has to give the orders.
Excuse me.
That was a nice job before. Come on up to my office.
It's like her office in that one game where the pregnancy test was and everybody thought she was pregnant, but it was just an Easter egg.
Listen, Bruce.
Hi, Syrincha.
I just want to clear the air a little.
I'm just gonna finish this one because then
distanced
I can do a
yourself from
Catwoman
us
cosplay for the next
back
one
at
because
your
she's the
office.
enemy in the next one.
I don't blame you.
Enemy.
After all the trouble I caused. You probably noticed I like to stir things up. It's a bad habit, and, well, it's made me more enemies than friends. I want to say I'm sorry for messing with your people. Your employees. I know they probably mean a lot to you.
Thank you, Harley. Your apology means a lot.
Really? You probably think I'm a terrible person,
Well, that was
but
a
I
good one.
want you to understand. You've seen these animals I work with. In my business, you let your guard down for a second, you get torn to shreds.
I can only imagine.
If I'm always pushing buttons, it's to keep people off balance, you know? Keep them guessing my
Her
next
laptop with
move.
little decals on it,
Keep
so
the
cute.
real me hidden. I hope you ain't gonna judge me for it.
Uh-oh.
To be honest, I've been at it so long I don't even notice I'm doing it.
We all wear masks, Harley. You don't have to be a criminal for that.
Even you?
No, I don't want them to...
Ain't like these others. Bane's a powder keg. Freeze. Well, you saw Freeze. John's sweet, and believe me, he's got heaps of potential. But he's still a growing boy.
Oh no, they're gonna
Though,
bang.
You got your head screwed on right. You're reasonable. I can work with reasonable. We're pulling a job tonight. I want you to be a part of it. You already showed you know how to use that EMP better than any of these other clowns. I want you to come with.
A job? Sounds intriguing. What's the target?
I like you, Brucey, but I never give up all my secrets on a first date. It's need to know, and you don't need to know. All will be revealed eventually. Using that EMP, though, that's gonna make tonight's job a whole lot less messy. And that no-neck asshat Bane, he loves making a mess. People getting killed just makes his day. If you're gonna come with, you gotta convince the others.
Convince them?
It's a real pain in the ass sometimes.
I'm gonna be honest,
but
I
you
almost
need a
just passed out,
majority
but it's okay.
opinion for anything big. And bringing you along, well, you got some persuading to do.
Ooh.
Let me know how I can help.
I get the feeling Bane doesn't like me very much.
That knucklehead respects strength and loyalty. Show him you got those.
I almost
and he'll
passed
come
out.
around.
It's really hot.
He's a man's man. I don't got much time for all that burly machismo, but sit him down for a beer or something. He'll hear what you gotta say. He may kill you when you're done, but at least he'll listen.
Listen, I know about your father. About how you tried to help him.
He
Oh,
was
I'm
the
fine, it's
lost
just
cause
hot.
that made himself a shotgun lunch. What's that got to do with the price of tea in China? You trying to get in my head, Brucey?
Hey, my mistake. I didn't know it would upset you.
Who says I'm upset? If I wanted to talk about my pop, I wouldn't have had those records hidden. Which brings me to thinking, how the hell would you know a thing like that? You snooping around my private life? You got some inside track I don't know about.
It wasn't exactly a secret in Arkham, Harley. People talk, especially when they're out of their minds on meds.
That's right. Your stint in the loony bin.
Still friends?
Yeah, still friends. To be honest, I'm impressed you found that out. Just don't bring it up again.
So what's the
Little
deal
Hope?
with Freeze? He's...
I did finish that. I finished that,
You
and then we
mean why you
finished
flew and
the
wrapped the machine on
blinking game. This is my first stream after
Accident in
being
the
sick,
lab.
so...
Here's the
But
thing
hi,
about
nice to see you.
Freeze. Only thing he gives two hoots about is his wife. He gave up everything to try and save her when she
I
got
think I'm
sick.
dehydrated. I'm
I
getting
mean,
really dizzy.
everything. Job, health, soul, the whole shebang.
She's dead?
Frozen
Nothing
stiff.
like wearing a turtleneck
Keeps her on
in
ice
full
in the next
drag.
room while he searches for a cure.
I did have a cold. I
Ain't that
was...
just kooky? I mean, it explains why he flipped when the EMP went off.
I doubt his wife would approve.
I
if
had a
she
fever, and then it went away,
She'd
and then I had a really
probably
bad
never wanna
cough,
wake up.
and then a sore
Exactly.
throat.
So
it wasn't
he'd be
anything
better off
big.
not
It was
getting
just...
what he wants.
You can say that again, but he might not want to.
No, I can't take a break. I'm not leaving my room. I
Talking
can't go
about
outside
his
my
wife is
room.
the only
I live
way
in
to
this
get
room for the
Freeze to pay
next
attention to
whenever until you know
But
the
watch
exterminators
yourself.
come. I'm
His attention
scared.
is a good thing.
Spirit of unity? Not really what I'm sensing from this.
I don't like them red. They're scary. Come on. I'm literally just like. A 4D water. So true. If my streams were 4D, that would be definitely interesting. What is my objective?
What the hell do you want?
Bane doesn't want us talking to him. Get out of here.
Oh, all right.
I was hoping to get another chance to speak with you.
Thirsty work. My throat is dry. Fetch, Wayne.
Okay. No, get it. What are you doing? Okay. I haven't been sick in forever, and then all of a sudden, yeah, me too. For like no reason too. I was like, oh, okay.
Hey, buddy! It's always so good to see you. Like, so good.
Always good to see you, John.
The wheelchair
I'm going
reference
say,
to
Bruce,
Barbara.
Thanks for helping me out before at your office, making me look good.
Actually thought you'd be mad about what happened before Wayne Enterprises. You know, Harley really seemed to be...
Not at all. Harley and I talked and talked about how lame you are. It was by far the longest we've ever talked without her losing interest. It was great. I should have known right when we pinky sweared that everything would work out great.
I want them to be gay.
Harley wants me to try to get in good with Bane and Freeze.
I think you're well on your way to doing
Thank you for the
just
follow,
that.
Queen.
And I've been doing, you know, what I can to help, too. You didn't catch it? When it looked like Bane might kill you, I set off that EMP, you know, as a distraction. Thought it might give you a chance to show off your technical skills in front of Freeze. That's the only thing I think he really respects.
That was intentional? John, how did you manage to do that?
No Bane was going to kill you? Seemed like a safe bet.
No, Lucius would have put safeguards on the EMP to keep you from doing exactly what you did.
My eye makeup today is
I
fun.
guess we both got really lucky. And wouldn't you know it, you nailed it. You already know
I want to read it.
You, Bruce. You better get cracking on getting those other guys to like you too. Because I don't want to have to watch what happens if they
Jay,
don't.
thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in.
Priska.
Priska.
Bane loves that beer.
Wait, is
I
that a
bought some for
reference?
when I need to talk to him. He's scarier than anybody in Arkham.
Oh, they're gay! Gay!
Think she really brightens up the room.
They must be really good
1,000
friends.
face.
How'd you two meet?
Same way you and I met. In Arkham. She found me at a dark
I eat this.
gave me a reason to live out here and experience.
I like that it green
all
screens out so you can
this.
see what's behind me.
I don't
for the
see
fan.
how we aren't destined to be together.
Wanted to pop in and say hi. Hi! Welcome, welcome, welcome.
wouldn't make
Yes,
any
Team Transpective.
sense.
Love. Stan. Everybody on there. I tried to make my rounds to follow everybody, but it's a big team and always growing, so... I'm sorry if I haven't, repaid the follow yet. I've also been sick, so... Let's give Bane this drink.
Bane, a word.
Oh, he's done. Don't talk to me. Give the drink.
Just thought you looked thirsty.
Please.
Oh.
Come.
Oh!
Riddler, he bombed your building and killed your friend. Someone did that to me. I'd bomb their building, kill their friend. As Riddler's
I
friend,
talked about it. I have a
to
command
know,
in the chat,
Are
too.
you here for payback? Did you come for revenge? Answer me, or I will break you in half.
The payback I want is with the agency. They wronged me, and now I want to make it right. I'm sure you understand.
Riddler studied this Waller woman, profiled her. She is arrogant, presumptuous, and she won't see what we have planned coming. If you want to get back at the agency, we at least have that in common. In this line of work, one cannot be too careful.
Oh, yeah.
Trust has been the hardest thing to find.
I want him to take his shirt off.
Especially after Riddler's death.
That'd be cute.
We'll see if you can be trusted, Wayne. Very soon.
Excuse him. What? What do we have to do for Freeze? Like, what do we have to do to be his bestie? Where's Freeze? Oh, he's up here.
I heard about your wife, and Hear me out. I might be able to help.
What do you mean? You'll answer me if you're smart and understand the concept of self-preservation.
What you're doing, well, that kind of love is rare.
My wife followed your goings-on in the society columns, Wayne. You are more familiar with lust than love.
That's how I know how precious that kind of love is. What if you get caught? Sent to prison? What happens to your wife then?
What do you propose?
I own technology companies, Victor. Big ones. You could house and protect her, continue your research to cure her.
Why? Why would you do this?
Oh, I'm not doing it for nothing. I expect a full return on my investment.
Practical. I respect that. I'll talk to Bane. Make sure he thinks you're on the level.
You have my word.
I may have misjudged you.
Wayne!
Good luck.
He was with my crew at the police arsenal.
Bane!
The prisoner he was supposed to be guarding got away. And yet he doesn't have a scratch on him.
This is crazy!
I suspect we have a traitor among us.
I'm not gonna hurt
begins
him.
to smell a rat after
Okay,
Riddler's murder.
trigger warning, rat.
And that prisoner getting away.
I'm literally scarred for
Loyalty
life.
is all that we have. But there can be no trust unless I can believe that you are who you say you are, and that you are really willing to do all that you claim.
We have to hurt this guy. Come on.
Only one of you walks out of here.
You know me!
The sooner one of you picks up that pipe and bashes the other's head, the sooner we get this over with.
Fine. I'll prove it!
Oh. Well, if he's gonna do it, then I'll do it. Oh. This is bad.
You showed him mercy. That was a mistake. Take him somewhere.
The package is moving.
What's going on?
The job we've been getting ready for. It's happening.
Good. I'm ready.
Not so fast, the Moneybags. You're not in the pact. Not yet. Not till everyone votes. What do you say, boys? Bruce Wayne. In or out?
The aristocrat lacks the backbone to dirty his hands. Out.
There may be more to Wayne than first appeared. He can be trusted. In.
Bruce is strong and smart and handsome, like super handsome. It's
For like
nuts.
2 months? Oh, thank you.
Where was I going with this? Right. I vote in.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Popular? We got a majority, folks. Bruce is in. You've earned a ticket to ride, pal. Make sure that EMP shielding is on those APCs. I don't need any surprises. Time to get that package.
Remember, when we work together, no one can stop us. When we work together, the world can be ours! Let's go!
Somebody grab that thing, it's important. Let's go hit him with the hide!
Can we put a mask on too?
Wayne,
Mask
you're
up.
close. Make your device ready.
Will do.
My favorite Harley.
EMP primed and ready to
Honestly,
go.
Birds of Prey. I really like it. I thought I didn't, but I actually really like it.
We have almost
Or
reached the target.
I like when she does half black and half red. Like the look I'm kind of doing. I also like classic Harley too.
Track this signal. Get your people here. Now.
We've got your signal locked. Cavalry is on the
Oh,
way.
Arkham City Harley. When she has the dip-dyed hair, ponytails, black smoky eye, corset, tits out. That's one of my favorites too.
Wait, what in the... I gotta say, Bruce, now that we're actually here and it's really happening, I'm feeling some butterflies in my stomach.
We have an obstruction ahead, both lanes.
Uh-oh.
Armored vehicles. Service weapons at the ready. Do not engage.
Now, Wayne! Do it!
Oh. Okay, I don't have a choice.
What was that?
We used an EMP to take out the pups.
My gun, it's fried.
All comms are down.
Move!
Why didn't we put a mask on so they don't recognize us?
Carry
Okay.
the torch, Mr. Suit. Stay sharp. Secure the vehicle.
Get down on the ground!
Stay down.
I was also obsessed with it.
Everybody out! Down! Everybody down! Down on the ground! Nobody move!
No.
All right, everyone on the ground, now!
Your place is on the perimeter.
Yeah.
Freeze! Open the door! Everyone, stay sharp and keep order. Allow no sudden moves and no talk.
Strike it. Go on, quickly. You're wondering what's in there. Find out for yourself.
Back off, or I'll shoot.
No! No! No!
Don't.
Break it off!
We don't have time for this. We're not done here, Wayne.
I would not turn my back on him. I'll leave this cleanup to you, but hurry. Men, seize the cargo.
This is very Suicide Squad. Like, what are we doing?
Get out of here.
What is that? Why?
Waller, where are you?
Waller here. Let them have it, Wayne.
What are you talking about?
The package. Let them have it. It's not worth my agents' lives.
You can't be serious. You were supposed to be here.
No! That was my ride!
Break out the artillery and disable their vehicles!
Oh god.
Damn it!
We can fix this all later. For now, just move it. Waller out.
I don't want to hurt you, but I will blow your heads off if you make me eat concrete.
Okay, she's kind of a
Lights
baddie.
out.
Oh! Put out that fire!
On it.
I'm gonna play whack-a-mole with their heads.
It's a warrior's death!
What does that mean, head off? I was deciding! What does head off mean?
Lights out!
Put out that fire!
On it.
I'm gonna play whack-a-mole with their heads.
It's a warrior's death!
Harley!
Brucey, come join the fun! Keep your arms and legs inside the ride!
What do you want with us?
Woo! Well, that was fun. Kinda. Be a sweetheart and give me a hand with the luggage. Damn it, Bane! Can you give
get in the damn car already!
Oh, I think that would have meant that Harley would have gotten captured. Because I think he's gonna get apprehended. Or maybe not.
I'm out of here!
I mean, you're really gonna ask me Harley or Bane? Like, sorry, Daddy, but like, Harley's my ride or die. Like, I would do anything for Harley. I don't even care. I mean, maybe not in this game because I'm trying to get the good ending, but you know what I mean. What did we get? Like, what is in there? Is it money?
Nice work back there, Brucey boy. You really know how to show a girl a good time.
Have your fun now.
Oof, the Iceman bummeth.
If Bane survives, you'll make us all pay for abandoning him.
Yeah.
Bane will survive, and he won't let this slide. We did what we had to do. We retrieved the package, and Harley drove off to make sure we kept it.
You tell him. You're all welcome. All right. We got the package. Be grateful you're around to see it. Intrigued, Brucey? Wanna know what's inside?
Dead bodies. Dildos.
Go on. Open it.
Candy corn. I don't know. It's a person?
Whew. I thought he stank when he was alive.
You really put us through a lot of trouble, Mr. Smarty Pants.
Getting yourself killed like that.
We needed you for the next stage.
I've got what you need.
For the right price.
Yes, yes, baddie. Yes, yes, baddie. You better do it, Miss Selena Kyle. Oh, we did it! We did it! Got a big booty. Okay, let's go over the chapter. You and 99% of other players left Waller feeling content. She was relieved. She disapproved you calling Gordon instead of her. Oh, so we did that. Everybody called Gordon instead of her. But because you agreed to her work while undercover, your relation with Waller is positive. You and 60%, so it's kind of 50-50, of players left Harley feeling happy. She was aggravated when you failed to manipulate... She was aggravated when she failed to manipulate you in the lab, but she was impressed that you managed to uncover information about her father. But because you fought with her instead of Bane, she was thrilled. Sorry, it's late. Oh. You and 18% of other players left Tiffany feeling freaked out. She was irked when you deflected her questions at the lab. She was outraged when you tried to force her to believe you, and you may have helped her escape, but she doesn't trust your motivations. I can be your motivation. I've been in too much. Yikes. You and 43% of other players left Alfred feeling content. He approved of your decision to be honest with Tiffany. He was proud when you told him he always does the right thing, and your conversation at the parlor gave him renewed sense of purpose. You and 60%, oh, that picture of the Joker is kind of cute. You and 60% of others left John feeling happy. He was overjoyed when you pinky swore to never lie again. He was excited by the violent way Willie was handled, and he was elated when you chose to fight alongside with Harley. You and 81% of others left Gordon feeling worried. He was glad you called him to help you. He's honored to be working alongside you against Waller. Even though you didn't tell him that what Waller has on you, he is still worried about you. Did you get Tiffany to hand over the Phalanx key? 50-50. You and 49% of others didn't convince Tiffany to hand over the key. Did you call Gordon or Waller? 71 called Gordon, 28 called Waller. Did you pay Willie off, or would you let him resolve with violence? You and 60% of others tried to resolve things peacefully. 15% of people took Willie down when he drew a knife on John. 44% of players tried to calm down Willie with a drink, and 23% of players took Willie down violently. Who did you follow in the convoy? Wow! 42 chose Harley and 57 chose Bane. Did you pinky swear with John? 95% pinky swear with John, 5% did not. I'm surprised a lot of people didn't side with Harley. Okay, I know that was men. I know that was a bunch of men not siding with Harley. Fuck y'all.